Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Bronze Reaper podcast. I'm your host, Rosalind Perkins, and happy Wednesday to everybody. I hope everybody's having a great. I'm hoping everybody's having a great weekday. Give me a second. Let me see if it works. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Bronze Reaper. All right, y'all can hear. I'm hoping everybody y'all having a good middle of the week. Good topic today is Africa rejecting Pan-Africanism. You know, the reason why I asked that question, we had done something similar on that, but we have people like Shabaka, who does have great information when it's coming from the Pan African community. And I always tell Shabaka, when you have great information, definitely I will have you on here. What's going on, Dorsey? Hey, Dorsey, I just got your message. I was driving, but I got your message. We could have a topic question like that. I just gotta pick a day, my man. Honestly, yeah, I gotta pick a day and see what we can do. But yeah, definitely, yeah, no problem. We can do something like that. Something different. We'll do that as a Chocolate Man podcast. You know, I took Tuesday off, seeing how this is gonna work. I think it's gonna work perfectly. Tuesdays, I'm believing that we should take off. We might try Wednesday next week. Friday's a holiday. I don't know if y'all want to do a Fourth of July show. You know, if you want to do a Fourth of July show, definitely I should do a poll actually, and see if anybody wants to do a Fourth of July show. Give me a second. Uh, Hold on one second, everyone. Yeah, like I just got out of work too. I slept a little bit because the kids today was the kids' last day of school, so I was trying to see how am I gonna work it out. My daughter don't. I don't have to go pick up my daughter, but what I have to do is drop my son and pick my son up. Give me a second. Should the Bronze Reaper Media do it? So yeah, it's up to y'all. I don't celebrate Fourth of July personally. Um, my independence is June 19th. You know, so yeah. I got two 48 TBCs pre-roll and four local. Oh, four local. I thought you meant to say four taco green apple. Don't mind me. Um, but yeah, yeah, like honestly, I don't mind doing it. I don't mind doing a Fourth of July show. It's up to y'all if y'all want me to do one. I'll put forth the effort, pick a great topic, or if not, I'll just take it off. Go see my godmother. I haven't seen my godmother because I just found out she's on not FMLA. She's on long term disability because she hurt herself. She got in a car accident. My godmother is a male. She's a male woman. She delivers mail. So that's my godmother. It's closest I'm gonna have to a mother. Um, Other than people, other women that I'm close to that is older. Um, but hey, Shabaka, I see you in the live chat. I did a topic question for you. This is your time, Shabaka. This is your time to do what you need to do. I might drink on the fourth. Who knows? It may I might even do a Saturday show because the Saturday show we did was amazing. I actually liked the Saturday show. But let me see. I'm gonna start going through these live chats soon. I'm just gonna let it kick in a little bit. So if I don't answer your question, I'm just going down the line of answering questions. But yeah, I have new projects and stuff coming out. I got three new projects that I want to work on before the end of 2017, 2027. I apologize. 2027. I want to finish three projects. Um, the first one, Brother Morningstar, Sir Adams Great Patrol. We're gonna start recording probably in the middle of September, early October. I want to do my other one. It's more of an adult one. It's called Sex World Revolutions. Welcome to America. We will be talking about the lifestyles, sexual lifestyles in America. From OnlyFans to like people who are solo that just a pure entrepreneur to people that market themselves like the Jason Loves to the Elsa Jeans. Well, she retired to the Sarah J's to the Cherokees, So and also, like I said, even to the lifestyle, until certain things isn't a job, it's a lifestyle, like swinger parties and stuff like that. So I'm thinking about doing a documentary of that. I'm thinking about doing two documentaries. I'm about to think about the Sex World Revolution, and the other one is my own documentary of all this stuff I am doing. I want to record my stuff and just tell people about my philosophy so people can know as much about as more that they can know about me, about my history, about my past, what I expect in the future, why I do what I do. The fourth of they lie means nothing to me. Africans in America are still not free. America America is a corporation, Shabaka. That's why you can leave and go when you please, if you please. You know, I want you to look at it like that. But everybody, don't forget to like and subscribe and comment in the live chat. And if you want to subscribe, if you want to be in the live chat in a few seconds, we're about to make it subscribers only. So subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Today we're gonna have a great show. So definitely, I don't know about the numbers. We'll have decent numbers. I wouldn't be surprised if we have some great numbers. But because I'm gonna say this, we kind of sort of did this topic question before. It's just now I want to hear from Shabaka and I mean in the live chat for right now. But today is Wednesday. I'm a If you want to get on, you have to put in a donation. So if you want me to drop the link, you got to put in a donation. Doesn't have to be big. I'm not gonna be like most motherfuckers, like $20, $5, whatever you can give. As long as you're giving something, that's all that matters. And you can be in a link. You can talk. You can say your piece. I'm doing 5 to 10 minutes, nothing more, nothing less. I have to because, as I said, I'm trying to actually, um, I'm trying to fix the show. So I apologize if some of the stuff is off, and we're trying something new. It's just, that's what my that's that's what the team said. I want to say it's me, but I this time I kind of agreed. You know, the reason why I agreed because I was fighting to get the links. The live chat back on, not the live chat, but the video chat and the phone calls back, so yeah, definitely. Even if you super chat, you could super chat and send in the donation, because super chat is open, so don't think it's not open. It is open. you know um but I don't want to start the topic just yet, but because we was actually having a good conversation about Fourth of July and stuff like that. um I didn't know Betty Ross was mulatto, you know. But yeah, that's good to know. Thank you, Dorsey. Um, dear Miss Ramirez, that works. She got the debit card. Don't worry. If anything, you can always pay later. Dorsey. I know you're good for it, so yeah. If you want to jump on, just like yo, drop. Hey, I'm about to call in. Blah blah blah. Just let me know. I'll let you. I know you're good for it. Definitely, yeah. Hold on one second, everybody. I just had to hit the fingerprint on that MacBook. It just beats keep on writing in the password, and all you gotta do is use your fucking finger. Um, but yeah, I think we're gonna do it that way. Oh, what's going on, FBA Convo? Salute, salute, salute. So before we start talking about the topic, actually, we can talk about it right now. I'll talk a little bit about it just to start it off. I personally, what I really think about Africa and Pan Africanism's relationship, I don't think they have a relationship, and this is just my that's that's what I believe. The biggest concern with Pan Africanism that I have is that they're giving us this fake Wakanda story where they say, "Oh yeah, Africa is beautiful. There's certain parts of Africa that is beautiful," but they're giving us this they're giving us this story where they're saying Africa is fucking with us. Africa is down with us. They're with us. Then when we talk about certain things, give me 5 minutes, Dorsey, so I can start. Just give me 5 minutes, and you can still call in, but just give me 5 minutes. But I think they give us this Wakanda story where they're telling us this is how Africa thinks of us. They think of us as a brother, and 9 out of 10 they don't think of us as a brother. We've seen with the past videos that I have shown. This is a pattern, you know. And the reason why, and I'm gonna be honest about it. The reason why Pan Africanism is not gonna work in Africa because of tribalism. With Europe, and I'm gonna be honestly agree that with the Berlin Conference, they fucked that up, and instead of how Latinos got colorism, Africa has tribalism. So that's kind of what happened. That's what kind of that's what kind of messed it up for a lot of those Africans in Africa, and why a lot of those people had to flee. You know, but one thing Africa has to hold, the L that they have to hold, is that they keep on giving the white supremacists chances after chances after chances after they show their horns and their tail. You know, they show you that they're your enemies. They show you that they don't fuck with you. They show you that they're using you. So now is you got to take it as it is, or if not, they're just gonna keep on using you. It has always been like that. I always had a problem with that. Zulus, the Zulu Empire, Benin Empire, Egypt, Ethiopia, uh, college. They were too civilized. Yeah, to a certain point, they were. You know, that's the key word. Were. You know, this is why we always have to bring up the Berlin Conference when we do talk about Africa, because Africa was never like this. Did they have and the reason why they were like this, and the reason why they were striving, because they were selling their brothers and sisters, as they say, their brothers and sisters. You know, some to murderers and killers and psychopathic, you know, narcissistic, you know, swine, and they knew that. They didn't care. You know, and we're gonna hear from one of our good friends what Africans have done to other Africans. So now the question I'm gonna have to ask you: why would we think Pan Africanism will work in Africa if, you know, if Pan Africanism doesn't work in America? You know, another thing we have to do, because we did find out Pan Africanism was coined by the white supremacists. This is why a lot of Pan-Africanism works in the Democrat Party. You know, this is why they can be cordial with each other while the other ones is doing what they're not supposed to do. You know, so yeah, that is something to think about. You know, I'm gonna get through these I'm gonna get through some of these live chats that y'all have said. Let me see. Don't see. Yeah, I seen it. Did you get my message? Cultural exchange that happens under the Jim Crow. We could do a topic like that, don't see. White cross. Yeah, that's true. That was a big phenomenon. That's how it was in most cities. So yeah, that's true. Uh, Shabaka, there's nothing wrong with Pan Africanism anywhere. Pan Africanism is a constant growing and developing ideology. Pan Africanism, scientific, and as long as we have intelligent people to explain. I'll say this, Shabaka. You're right and wrong. There is nothing wrong with Pan Africanism anywhere. But the real problem with Pan Africanism is it's like a religion. You know, there's gonna be a bad and good with it. You know, I think with Pan Africanism, it's telling one side one thing and the other side doesn't have to listen to it because they're in Africa. They don't have that same experience. So I'm gonna tell you this, Shabaka. If you're a Pan African, as you always say, you should be trying to fix Africa, or you should be telling Africans to fix Africa and come together as united people. You can't tell us to come over there and unite with these people that are not united. This is why y'all look crazy as Pan Africanism. You know, well, as a Pan Africanist. You know, and this is why a lot of those Africans push back on you because they're tribalistic. And don't forget to add on to it, they're religious. You see what happened when was it the Hebrew Israelites went to Africa and told them that Jesus Christ was black? Them niggas damn near got stoned. So these are the people that you're dealing with, Shabaka. I'm not trying to say your Pan Africanism ideology is right or wrong, because it's your opinion. The world's your oyster. But at the end of the day, you can't tell me to follow it when it's a broken system. Right now, Pan Africanism is a broken system, you know? And the thing is, because you're trying to make us go to Africa and fight your battles. We're not supposed to be fighting Africa battle right now. You shouldn't be telling the best people in America to go to Africa to help Africa. You should be telling them to help their own people in America. That's the best thing you're supposed to be doing. How you gonna tell us to all of us? And this is the thing. Y'all talk about Tariq Nasheed, you know, and I agree and I disagree with Tariq sometimes, you know. So it's give me a second, everybody. I had that thing. Hold on. All of us, and this is the thing. All right, yeah, and y'all talk about Tariq Nasheed and stuff, talking about he's the leader, but Tariq is not no leader of nothing. Because the thing about it, a lot of us lead ourselves. It was like when hip hop was created, there was no leader of hip hop. There were just people who were like basically journalists that were rapping and dancing and doing the whole nine yards, and we just took it as what it was. You know, that's how we follow. You know, and this is what FBAs are doing, including myself. I'm not no leader or anything. I'm just giving my feedback on the stuff that we are all listening to. All of us is not going to see it the same way, and some of us can tell other people. We can tell each other it easily, Shabaka. So, like again, Pan Africanism, since it's an ideology, it needs a leader. It needs somebody on the forefront leading the way. You can't tell us to come over here and fuck with Pan Africanism and it's an ideology with no leader. That's like a man with no home. So again, Shabaka, put it this way, Shabaka. If you want, I'll put it this way: I will support Africa if you can unite. If you can unite all these Africans together. I'm talking about 54, 52, 54 state, 52, 54 countries. What else? And really, really start fixing Africa. That's the only way. That's the only way I can deal with that, Shabaka. Other than that, we don't need Pan Africanism. You're an ideology with no leader. That's what's supposed to have a leader. A lineage isn't supposed to have a leader. Hip hop isn't supposed to have a leader. There is no leader of hip hop. There are creators, but there's no leaders. You know, so that's all I gotta say to that. I got 248 TV. Oh, I read that. Not enjoying yourself. It's Smash Day. Yeah, it's always Smash Day. Pan Africanism is the most developing ideology Pan Africanism has developed. It's just the implementation of Pan Africanism. Pan Africanism is a universal structure, construct in no self hate. Yeah, no, Pan Africanism is a hateful thing. We can't say Pan Africanism isn't a hateful thing, and the reason why I'm telling you that you can't say Pan Africanism isn't a hateful thing hold on, because Pan Africanism, I'm just trying to find the perfect words for it. Pan Africanism don't accept that Black Americans is their own people. You have an issue with that. Black Americans are not saying that we don't have African DNA. Everybody has African DNA. We're saying that we're our own construct. We are our own social construct. You know, hey, Miss Ramirez, salute to you. Salute to you. Just wanted to say what you guys are. Yeah, we're good over here. I'm explaining to Shabaka that I'm explaining to Shabaka. Oh, you always make money. Thank you, Miss Ramirez. I appreciate that. That means a lot to me because that means I'm actually am doing something right. I appreciate that, Miss Ramirez. Um, but yeah, but y'all do hate Shabaka. The Shabaka. If you hate somebody that's saying that like, yo, we're our own mixture of people, then you have a problem. You don't say that to Puerto Ricans of why don't you call yourself Africans. You don't say that to Jamaicans, why don't you call yourself African? Because they're calling themselves Jamaican. They're calling themselves Puerto Rican. They're calling themselves Dominican. They're calling themselves Brazilian. You don't tell them to call themselves African Brazilians. Puerto Rican, what was it, African Puerto Ricans. You don't tell them to say that. So it's a very concerning thing with you, Shabaka, when you do stuff like that. What's going on, Robin? Salute, salute, salute. Happy Wednesday, man. Happy Wednesday. But yeah, it's a very concerning thing, Shabaka. And this is why Black Americans is finding out a lot of stuff about, Pan-Africanism. Like it was created by a white supremacist. It was funded by the CIA. Stuff like that. It was to infiltrate the black community. We're finding stuff out about that, Shabaka. And I know you don't like to hear that, but this is what's happening. Let's see if no, we're not talking about that. Betsy Ross was a mulatto with female slaves. History don't tell you. Yeah, that's true, Dorsey. She was George Washington's son. I thought George Washington liked boys. I'm gonna be personally honest with that, Dorsey. I think George Washington had a little fun boy in the closet. So I don't know about Betsy Ross. Let me look up Betsy Ross before I say anything. I put Betty Ross. Jesus Christ. Oh, damn, she had mad spouses. She had like fucking three spouses already. But yeah, yeah, Betsy Ross was another thing. But yeah, Shabaka. I mean Dorsey. Yeah, that's something new to me. Shout out to you. We are segregating from Africans, not dividing. Yes, I agree. I agree with that, Dorsey. We're not dividing ourselves from Africans. We're just separating ourselves from them. They're doing too much. You know, it's just like if your friend is just doing some dumb shit. You know, it's like if your friend is doing some dumb shit, you're gonna separate yourself so you don't get caught up in the dumb shit. This is what we're doing with Africans and immigrants. We're separating ourselves from them because they're just doing too much. They're saying so much stuff that we wouldn't say. Pan African unity is the solution worldwide, not the problem. Well, Shabaka, you had damn near 150 years to solve it, and nothing happened. So I. What do you want me to say, Shabaka? It's like you tell people, people like you gotta understand, Shabaka. As I said yesterday, where were the Africans in the '90s, in the '80s, and in the '70s, and in the '60s? They had a chance to unite with Black Americans. They didn't do it. So, like, what you want us to do? We can't. I know Black Americans are great of making things are impossible into something great. You know, I mean, making miracles out of things that are impossible. I get that, Shabaka, but we can't change people's minds, man. We can't just wait until a motherfucker gets in trouble just to help somebody. I don't think life works like that. You need more hoes. You need more whores on the show. Probably, Dorsey. Uh, what's going on, FBA combo? If you didn't hear me, what's going on? Charlie Shaw is our little sister. Facts. Thanks, bros. I started drinking because of you. You started drinking because of me? Okay. All right. I'm almost done, Dorsey, and you could call in. Only the FBI, CIA, and the FBI are attacking Pan Africanism. No, Shabaka, we're separating ourselves from Pan Africanism. Pan Africanism had a problem because we didn't want to support them no more. That's how this whole situation started, Shabaka. It's because we don't want to support Pan Africanism. You know, like you can't get mad at nobody because they don't want to be on the front line of your ideology. You know, it's like you can't get mad about that. That's like getting mad at somebody because they didn't pick you on a basketball team. You're right about that, Robin. They do have their hands in a lot of shit. I read that. The white man knows the impact of trade goods. Yes. Pan Africanism is clearly not only working in Africa. Pan Africanism is working in the Caribbean and is progressing worldwide. There's no facts of that, Shabaka. There's no facts of that. There's no truth to it. You gotta show the receipts of saying shit like that. The government or any small groups can't stop it. This is the thing, Shabaka. We're not trying to stop Pan Africanism. We just don't want to be involved in it. If you're gonna do something, just be involved with it. What's going on, Ray? Ray, salute, salute. So you can't get mad at Black Americans or foundational Black Americans because they don't want to be a part of Pan Africanism. You know, that's why when people say no means no, no means no, man. Like, yo, leave me alone with that Pan Africanism shit. You know, they thought that because the European nations were at war with each other, that they could another VA's felt for it. Go for it too. French Indians wars, aka. Yeah, that's true, Dorsey. That's true about that. It happened before, when they turned us against each other. That is true. But they can't do it anymore. That's the thing because everybody is looked at as Black American. If you're a Black American, this is how people look at you as. You know, sinners show the spiritual aspect of our culture. Yes, that's true. And that's the thing. We got to start gatekeeping more again. And I'm gonna say this. Shout out to Marvin, Tariq Nasheed, Bias Ron, Ant CEO. Who else? Elite. Uh, and the people who I didn't name. Shout out to them, man. They're putting their feet on the ground. They're going up to these things where these Pan Africans or these Democrats are trying to say that or put it this way, that they're trying to stir us the wrong way. There isn't. That's one of my issues. Give me a second. So yeah, that has always been an issue with me. Is they tell us sweet nothings. You know, they're telling us sweet nothings. Let's see. Tariq is not doing anything but trying to spread black hate. Tariq is getting paid to try to stop Pan African. Tariq Nasheed is a multimillionaire. He's been a multimillionaire for almost 30 years. Shavaka. Tariq Nasheed was the ones that was telling all the black diaspora about our culture. I mean, about their culture. That's what Tariq Nasheed was doing. But now, when it came to Black American culture, when it comes to Black American just history, people have a problem with that, and that's a big concern, especially with you, Shabaka. That's my concern. It's like Personally, nobody's not hating on Pan Africanism. Nobody, because nobody doesn't really fuck with Pan Africanism. So it's like you're just mad at Black Americans because they don't want to mess with Pan Africanism. It just doesn't work for us. How you telling us? Oh yeah, tell put all our reparations together, even with the Africans, and the Africans already got every Africans were the ones in the Atlantic slave trade. They were a part of it. They were a part of it for almost what, 200 years, 150 years. So like, what are we talking about? This is the thing. You don't hold Shabaka with you. You don't hold Africa accountable for anything. You really don't. And we're gonna talk about accountability because you know what? One of your Pan African brothers did hold Africa accountable, and I will show you the video. And I'm gonna say this to a lot of everybody. I'm gonna say this to everybody. Y'all gonna be surprised when you hear who held Africa accountable. I'm gonna be personally honest. I have to say it. When y'all hear who holds Africa accountable, you're gonna be like, get the fuck out of here. Are you serious? This Pan African said this? This Pan African that we heard multiple times? The people who got in arguments with him, and I'm talking about people on this show got in arguments with this man. When you see who I am talking about, y'all gonna be like, get the fuck out of here. He sounds like Tariq Nasheed. You're gonna say he sounds like Tariq Nasheed. He's probably tired of the bullshit. Tariq is not doing it. Already read that. Make a joke. Yada yada yada. Tariq is a demigod. The pagans fear him. They worship. A man with no nuts like what's his pot, potency. Potency. If I'm saying it right. Relocations of an idea. I said he'll show to Ms. Ramirez, Pan Africanism is a team. There's no problem. We have been organizing and educating people, but you cannot stop Pan Africanism. Pan Africanism is working and continues to educate everyone. Black is America, are Africans. Um, but Shabaka, we're not saying that blacks are not African. We have African DNA. Everybody has African DNA, Shabaka. We don't have a problem with that. I have been telling you that multiple times, but you keep on saying it like I'm saying that we are not African. You know, your boy Dr. Umar tried to pull a fast one on somebody talking about, oh yeah, there were indigenous people over here, but what were they? They were African. We already know that, but how long you have to be in America or even in South America or Central America to be not African anymore? This is what things are coming to because at the end of the day, we were mixing with people. This is why a lot of black Americans look different from an African. But y'all are the only ones that have a problem with that. I don't have a problem saying, yeah, okay, you know what? Black Americans have African DNA. But the title of an African, no, we don't have that title of Africa. Because if I go to Africa, I'm going to be treated as an immigrant, as an outsider. Yeah, it could wait, Dorsey. Whenever you can get it, I'll still let you come on. Because I know you're good for it. No worries. Let's see. So yeah, we're not saying that we're not Africans. It's just like, yo, we're more than just an African now. You know, like the Cape Verdeans, they're not calling themselves African. They're calling themselves a Cape Verdean because they've been in that island for so long, been mixing. You know. Um. Yeah. Yeah. George Washington is a knee grabber, Robin. He's a knee grabber. Yeah, he likes to grab his knees. So but not everybody came off the slave ship, Shabaka. And this is why I say like Dr. Umar is a scam. Dr. Umar is a scam because he does shit like that. Yeah, Dr. Umar does shit like that. He'll tell you, oh, yeah, where are they from? They came from Africa thousands of years ago. We know that. You're telling us something that we don't know, but they haven't been in Africa for thousands of years. So you think they're going to be an African? No, they're going to be an admixture of other stuff. You know? Hello, Robert. Hello, Robert. Happy hump day. Yeah, George Washington was bisexual. Yeah, he was bisexual. That's why I say he's the first gay president. He's the first LGBTQIA president. George Washington. There ain't nothing wrong with it. You know, purr. That's your George Washington. That's one of your forefathers. Now pose. Yeah, that's one of your forefathers. Purr. There's nothing wrong with it. Shit. She says, I am, I am too mean. Yeah, it's. You gotta stop being mean to Miss Ramirez. Miss Ramirez loves you. You know. Who knows? Y'all probably race play while y'all, in the sheets. Some people like to race play. Dorsey seems like he race plays, don't he? Dorsey, you be race playing, don't you? Hey, baby, call me a nigger. What? Call me a nigga, baby. Call me a nigga. Say you want this nigga dick. There's people like that. I met a few chicks like that. I almost punched in the face. I had to pull up my pants and get the fuck out of there. Ben Franklin literally had body buried on there. Yeah, I'm not surprised about Ben Franklin. He looked like he was eating the motherfuckers. Robin, you separate yourself from yourself. Something is happening. Our people are more politically educated and organized. Yes, we are gaining the trust of the people. The new Black Panthers. Okay, Shabaka, you're fighting a battle that nobody's not fighting. I'm telling you, you're fighting a battle that nobody's not fighting. Nobody's not arguing that people are not African. Like people don't have African DNA, but African, you can't just call us an African because at the end of the day, our ancestors haven't been there for so long. You can't tell us where we're from. If we only thing you could just say is we're from West or Central Africa, and or West or Central Africa. That's all you can say. You can't tell me if I'm from Nigeria. You can't tell me I'm from Togo because you know why? A lot of those places are brand new. That's the problem, Shabaka. You can't give us question. You can't give us answers to our questions. You're coming off as a preacher now. She loves my southern breakfast, rice, honey butter, and sage sausages. That's different. What's going on, Ray Ray? Salute, salute, salute. Anyone who thinks they're active CIA is very. Yeah, there's CIA in Africa. They're the one who killed Gaddafi and Patrice Lumumba. And what they did to Patrice Lumumba, they put his body in acid, so nobody couldn't find him. So it's there's CIA in there, and are they paying that? Was Patrice Pan African? I think he was African first. I think he was Africa first, and I don't have a problem with that. His people were going through a bigger crisis than we were going through in America. He got the tools that he got in America and try to put them into Congo. So I have to respect that, even though they killed them. And I'm talking about the CIA, who infiltrated his own people to, to do what they did to his body. It was fucked up. That's the only thing that I had a problem with Congo. And you know me, I support Congo, the Congolese people and stuff like that. But this is a time where you have to defend you for your people. Yeah, they cut off y'all fucking heads, and now that should have been more of enough to fight back. There's no room in this world to be scared when these people are brutally brutally violating you. So yes, that's the only thing I wish Congo would have done was fight back more just to get them out. No matter what it's gonna cost. Just put it this way: when shit like this happen, you just gotta remember what they did to your aunties and your grandparents, your aunties, your uncles, your cousins, your forefathers. They cut the hands off your forefathers for not picking enough rubber. And this was Leopold the Third. And some of y'all go to Belgium, you know. Oh, I'm almost done, Dorsey. Give me like 3 more minutes. Or this. There are the traders and puppets are people. These these are puppets getting paid to hate other that blacks. Like Obama, right? Shabaka? Like Obama? I'm answering this question. Like Obama, right? Uh, we were guerrilla fighters doing raids on enemy. Yes, that's true, Dorsey. We weren't militant, but we were guerrilla war fighters. Yeah, we'll just fuck your shit up and make you rethink of doing what you just did. I agree with that, Shabaka. We were kind of militant, like Fred Williams. He was militant. He was a militant type of motherfucker, and he used to give the KKK hell. This motherfucker died in 2009. He was giving KKK hell for he was giving hell for probably like 70 years to the Ku Klux Klan. And the Ku Klux Klan, the ideology came from the Moors. So if you're a white supremacist and you wear that white cape, you got it from a black man. Got it from the Moors. you know. Let's see. Tariq, she ain't shit. Uh, this is the problem with that statement that you just made, Shabaka. This one right here. Instead of having this aggressive attitude with Tariq Nasheed, won't you talk to Tariq Nasheed? It's not hard to talk to him, So why don't you talk to him and have a good conversation? Sometimes that's what all it takes, Shabaka. But you're not willing to listen to anybody. That's your problem, and this is why I say you're just too old, man, to be even in this fight. And I don't like to bring up age because let me tell you something. I think I'm 3 times better than when I was in my 20s right now. I think I was doing 3 times more shit when I was before when I'm in my 30s and 40s. Like I'm much stronger, I'm much bigger, I'm much faster. I'm way better when I'm in my 50. I mean in my 40s, my 30s and my 40s. Vast majority, yeah. Tariq, not even a man. Tariq is a hating Pan Africanism. Listen to you, listen to your. You are trying to destroy Pan Africanism, and you know nothing about it. I'm not trying to destroy Pan Africanism, but I got. But why can't put it this way, Shabaka? Why can't I call Pan Africanism out? if they're doing wrong to the black community. What you do, you make up excuses like Al Sharpton does. Al Sharpton makes up excuses for Pan-Africanism and the Democrats. You know, this is why I said this is your spokesperson, and what you expect. He worked for the CIA. He was a confidential informant. Let's see. He'll tell you, and he's a spokesperson for Pan Africanism. He was on the payroll. You know. Let's see. Yes, you would be an outsider if you traveled, and they would notice it. Yes, you're right, Robin. If I go to Africa, they would know that I'm not a part. I'm not even African. They'll be like, "Oh, where you from? Are you from America or England?" That's what they'll say. It's just it is what it is. It's nothing bad about it. Just yeah. We are Africans. Africa is our no. Africa is not my homeland. Africa is not my homeland, and the reason why it's not my homeland because I wouldn't know where in Africa I'm from. Where Nigeria? I'm not a scammer. I'm not from Benin. I'm gonna say this: the 23andMe fucked everything up, and the reason why it fucked everything up because it gave Black Americans false hope of where they're from. Just it is what it is. So yeah, and I'm gonna say this: the 23andMe, and that's some Pan Africans trying to fit in with them white folks. And I gotta be personally honest: when white people do the 23andMe, oh, I'm German, I'm Polish, and shit like that. Y'all trying to do that shit, you know? And there's nothing wrong with it. If that's what you like to do, that's your cup of tea. That's your cup of tea. But don't get mad because I don't believe in it. I heard that they DNA test a dog and they said the dog was from Nigeria. So I don't know how accurate the test is. So yeah, we have a duty and responsibility to free Africa. Well, you go free Africa then. You know, go free Africa. You don't need our help. You don't need Black American help. You got 2.5 billion people on your side. Why the fuck you need fucking 50 million Black Americans more? You're good. Do your thing, Shabaka. You know? That's why the tribes agreed to cross the Mississippi. Yeah, facts. You're right, Dorsey. Yes. Some do nothing. Okay, if we're just talking Shabaka, if we're just talking people, why pay attention? Why not educate? Why not pull out facts? Why not pull out the receipts and say, "See, look it." One thing I respect about Kwame, and even though Kwame's wrong half the time, he pulls out some type of receipt. He shows some type of receipt. He shows some type of information. Even though it's wrong information, he shows some type of information where we can talk about, like, okay, yo, is this right? Hold on. And sometimes Kwame is right. You know? That's the issue with you, Shabaka. It's just you don't show no receipts. You show the receipts. Like, yo, I give you a platform, Shabaka. But the thing with you, Shabaka, you took the platform for you took advantage of the platform. You made it seem like this is fucking Ricky Lake or something. When I'm asking you a question, you won't answer the question. You start talking about Tariq Nasheed or FBA and you are African. Those are the three things that you go to. And I always have to stop you. I'm like, yo, Shabaka, we're not talking about this. I need you to stay on topic. You know, everyone has African DNA, but if we move back, we're outsiders. Facts, Robin. Robin got African DNA. Robin got what 3 to 4% fucking Congolese, and he's Irish. Like, we are just Africans. We are born. No, we're not just African. We haven't been in Africa in over thousands of years. Most of us haven't been in Africa in over thousands of years. At least if I was a Caribbean, I could say like, well, you know what? I know I'm from Africa, and there's nothing wrong to say. There's nothing wrong about that, but at least they got evidence to say that they're from Africa. Even the Latinos, they got a solid argument in the African continent. You know, Black Americans really don't, because there was only 4% that came from Africa. The rest were indigenous. Were them indigenous African, but they haven't been there in thousands of years. That's the thing. They haven't been there from thousands of years. It's like with the white race. They haven't been in Africa for tens of thousands of years. Are they still African? Because they haven't been there from tens of thousands of years. And this is where I have that issue with y'all saying, oh, yeah, Black Americans are African. Like, why don't y'all say that about the Caribbeans or the Latino people? Because they have a real strong point of saying that, yo, we are African. Black Americans are, we don't know, because where? Y'all have culture. Like, the Caribbeans and the Latino people have culture from Africa. Like, that's not even a debate. That's a yes. But when we talk about Black Americans, no. Everything, put it this way. Let's play hypotheticals. Let's say we are from Africa. We don't have any type of culture that connects us to any parts of Africa. Not from the language, not from the food, not from the culture, how we dance, not from the style of clothes that we wear. None of that. And with the Pan-Africanism came in, they just gave us a culture that we don't even know where half that shit is from. So that's the issue. What is your indigenous language? Uh, so like my grandmother's side on my daddy's side, they're Geechee, so they speak Goulet. I can't speak it. You know, when I did see my great Grammy, and this was before she passed away, she spoke to me and stuff, and I was like, I want to say I was 12 years old, and I had to go down there and see her buried after speaking to her. It was a very sad moment for me and stuff, because it was kind of like that she was okay with just going. She lived her life out, and this is her time to rest. So yeah, Black Snow Bunny King. It's I still got to go through my own history. So I can't really fully give you an answer. White Snow Bunny. I mean, Black Snow Bunny King. I apologize, Black Snow Bunny King. I personally can't give you an answer. But my family do speak Goulet. It's just broken English. It's like American Creole. That's it, Creole or Creole American. That's all it is. It's Creole American. But thank you for asking that question. We're almost through with this. FBA came with the CIA bullshit. Was a Pan Shabaka, I said that about Patrice Lumbula. I said I believe that he was a Pan Africanist, but I said I don't think he was a Pan Africanist. I think he was Africa first. I think he was Congo first, because his own people had problems that they needed to fix with NATO. So that's what all I was saying. I'm not saying that he wasn't a Pan Africanist. I'm not saying he wasn't a Pan Africanist. I'm saying that he was Africa first. He was Congo first, because his people had a problem, and I said I don't have a problem with that. If his people's in a crisis, I don't have a problem with somebody trying to fix the problem. Instead of telling, yo, black Americans, I want to help, but I can't help, or FBA, I want to help, but I can't help right now because my people is going through some shit right now. So everything that I learned from you, thank you, I appreciate it. I got to fix this problem in Congo, you know? I don't see no problem with that. 5 minutes, no questions. Let me I'm almost done. Fucking. He was a CIA. Facts. He was. Robin. He was a CIA. Okay. Okay. He said, okay. Right. What should I talk about? Shabako. What do Africa have to trade with FBAs? Let's see, oh yes, 23andMe is bullshit. Yes, 23andMe is bullshit. They just trick you to connect genetic information. Oh, thank you, Robin. Even a white man's telling you that 23andMe is bullshit. I'm starting from Genesis to in the Revelation. Yeah, that Revelations is very dark. I will tell you that. That's a very dark chapter in the Bible. I understand why they call it the Revelation. Revelation means the ugly truth. So yeah, Fred. Mm, is a great example. Just take one look at this degenerate, uneducated nigga. Oh, then look at a great Pan African channel like King Mo. I was actually watching that man's channel, Black Snowbody King. He's not bad. King was a Mongoloid or some shit like that. Yeah, he's not bad. I like his. Like I say, I don't have to disagree with you to tell you if you have a good or bad channel. You know, that's your problem. That's the problem with you, Black Snow Bunny King. You feel like I always have to compete with somebody. I don't have to compete with nobody. I'm in my own lane. You know, yeah, I'm in my own lane. But I'm happy that you come on my show and stuff like, and you stay in the live chat. So that means I am doing something right. You know. So yeah. Chewbacca don't show receipts. He shows IO. He said, "I'm gonna put this on the screen." Dorsey's crazy. I laugh out loud. Look at it. You can believe it. Black Snow Bunny King. I don't think you listened to what I just said about being indigenous to America, or being native to America. I don't know which one is a little bit better, or I don't know how to dumb it down. I usually say native to the land. Because the Serbians are native to the land too, because they've been here for thousands of years as well. It's just black, or the Moors were here first, you know, because we had boats, you know. So yeah. Um, I will say this. I think you need to listen to what I said, Black Snow Bunny King, and stop trying to compete. Um, that's what I wanted you to do when I do make these type of shows, and when I do shows, I need you just listen. And like, if you don't like what I said, it's like, oh yeah, I fucks what you trying to say, but I don't want you to like, oh yeah, he's wrong automatically. I want you to like pick out, what am I wrong at, what am I right at, you know. Like me, I would never give you a biased answer. I always give you the right answer. You know. I read that already. Motherfuckers, you are Earthmen, blacks were all over the world. Facts. That's true, Dorsey. Let's see. Africa is just 250 years old. The culture, American culture, is 250 years old. Yes, you are right. Like when it started, when America started, yes, it's only 250 years old. But you also got to understand, Shabaka, the reason why a lot of black Americans take pride in America, because without black culture, there is no America. You know, A lot of these people would be picking lice out each other's hair and eating it, or banging each other with a, with a buffalo bone or something. Like you gotta understand, you gotta you gotta take pride in like what your family built. Uh, read that already. Black quiz. How's your white girl? You having threesomes? This is crazy. See Africa, German, South Africa's. Yeah, Africa is beautiful. There's certain parts of Africa that is beautiful, Shabaka. But what Ghana, that bullshit that Ghana did about reenacting them bringing black people or Africans over to other countries and stuff is fucked up. I will tell you that, and you didn't hold them accountable for it. I was waiting for you to hold them accountable for it on Monday. What you did is you left, you ran, and I wasn't feeling that, Shabaka. You ran from that conversation, and that's the time I probably would have you on the show because you know what? You ran from that conversation of what Ghana have done. Give me 2 more minutes, Dorsey, and you can call in. And just call in. You don't have to tell me, oh, I'm calling in. Just call in. Just give me 2 minutes. With all the stupid bullshit you talk. The Moors are African. The Moors didn't consider themselves African, Shabaka. They consider themselves Israelites. They consider themselves different from Hammonites. That's why they were Shem. Did they do business with Africans? Absolutely. Did they mix with Africans? Yep. But they also mix with white folks too. So who you think built Spain? Why do you think a lot of these African countries they look like Spain? And Spain was a well developed country when the Moors were there 700, 800 years ago. So I'm just being personal. I'm being brutally honest with you when I say that. They weren't African. Even what's his name? Mansa Musa had Moors. Who you think was inventing a lot of that stuff? Yeah, Africans did help and they did contribute, but a lot of that stuff was Moors. Moors built Greece, Scotland, England, Spain, Portugal, Russia. You know, it's just what you expect. Yo, Ray Ray's crazy. The Knicks won a. Hold on 1 second. The Knicks won the championship before Pan Africans helped even one African nation. Shout out to the Knicks. Oh. All right, Dorsey, call in. No, they're not Moroccan. Moroccans are Persian people. Those are Persians. The Moroccans are Persians. They're not even African. I'm just being personally honest. I'm being personally honest with you, Shabaka. Those are Persians. They invaded Africa and they invaded Morocco like the Persians invaded Egypt, you know, in Liberia. The first black American were Afro Latino. There was no such thing as no Afro Latino at that time. Be active. Don't be throwing shit at the wall. See what's gonna stick now. Don't start that shit. There was no such thing as no Afro Latino. This nigga crazy. Actually, I'll call Dorsey. Give me a second, everybody. All right.
Call from
Dorsey.
to accept.
What's going on, Dorsey?
Hey, what's up, Bronze? What's going on?
Nothing, nothing. Chilling, chilling. I got you.
Okay,
I got
so
you ten
right off the
minutes.
bat, I want.
So you got 10 minutes. You got 10 minutes. Do your thing.
Okay, so right now I'm finna let y'all all know I'm on the university at the University of Four Locos. Okay,
He
so
drunk.
whatever I said and whatever I get off on, nigga, it's the truth. Okay, because you know alcoholics don't never come straight with the truth on how they feel about a motherfucker, right?
Just be careful with the words, but go on.
Okay, so I'm gonna use small hats and all that, you know, boo, 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 boo.
Yeah.
So first of all, I'm gonna start off with this. Adam and Eve were people of color. They were black people.
Mm-hmm.
God put them in the Garden of Eden at the latitudes of zero equator.
Mm.
Okay, so that means that the temperatures were at 120 degrees Fahrenheit.
Mm.
So, do you think God would put people in conditions like that? I don't care if it's jungle, woodlands, desert, oceans, or whatever. Sunlight is sunlight, right?
Yep.
So then that means that He said, I got to put all the melanin in these people for them to endure these conditions.
Mm.
Because I got this garden growing over here. I got weed, I got apples, I got oranges. I even got a fruit that will give you eternal life.
Mm.
You understand what I'm saying? Because light is life. Because the mark of Cain is the lack of melanin. The lack of melanin comes out under these characteristics.
Oh, let me
Blonde
ask you a
hair,
question.
yeah,
Do you know why they kicked Adam and Eve out of Garden of Eden?
yeah, because Satan got up, slid up into Eve. Nigga,
Uh-uh.
I ain't no shame in the game.
Because he ate the apple of knowledge.
No,
Yeah.
Satan slid that dick up in Eve, homie.
So a snake.
He said the
So
head will bruise the heel. The motherfucking first son will crack the second son in
I'm
the
not gonna
head.
argue with you because I know what you just told me, but go on.
Okay, so I'm putting look. It's like when you're looking into somebody's house and they got the mini blinds. It's dependent on the angle of how much is in that house, how much of the truth is revealed to you, the reality of a subject.
Mm.
God said, hey, you finna get pregnant, bitch. And Adam wasn't the one who grew hair because it said Adam knew Eve. He knew the conditions that he was facing. We was living rent free. I had a job. My boss was cool with me. I'm naming animals, but Eve got envious of Adam because she was going around naming plants.
Mm.
Plants are important, but they don't give you immediate love, affections, emotions. Animals, cats come and what? Cats come and purr on your, rub on your legs. Dogs lick your hands. Horses come up and push you to the side. These
Mm.
are affections that we used to have and we used to recognize in animals.
Mm.
Like I said, the Four Locos is talking, so guess what? Ain't no filter on the truth. You understand what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
when he was in the garden, man, he was coming home every day, buck ass naked, nuts swinging. Said, Eve, guess what I seen today? I seen this animal 20 feet tall, and they asked me what I called that motherfucker. And since I was smoking this weed, because the weed was in the garden, I'm calling this motherfucker giraffe. And Eve, I seen this other shit that came in
Shabbat,
the garden.
yo, Dorsey, Shabaka said the Garden of Eden is He says Kenya.
Blasphemy, motherfucker. Blasphemy. That's all I can tell you because you're an
Yo.
unbeliever. So guess what? You don't get in the club. See, that's what it's all about. If you say, hey, I know Jesus, they let you through the door. For you motherfuckers who say, I know Allah, they send you over to the strip club with the 70 virgins.
Mm.
Bitches who don't know nothing about sex. But see, once you get into heaven, you beyond sex because you have what is called joy.
Mm.
See, motherfuckers like Shabaka only experience happiness. Happiness means what's going on now, what's happening. Joy is eternal, regardless of whatever fucking goes. This bitch can be burning down. It can be 9/11, but nigga, I know I got a destination. I'm headed toward the penthouse. I'm going to heaven. And that's why he is so bitter, because he a quitter.
Hey, I'll be right back.
He's a
Hey,
quitter.
I'll be right back. Keep on talking.
Yeah. So guess what? Like I said, nigga, the Church of Four Loco is talking today. So once motherfucking Cain got cursed, his mark was, he said, God, motherfuckers is gonna motherfucking fuck me up once I leave this garden. Those were the Neanderthals. Those were the Cro-Magnons. Those were the reject humans. Humans mean you, the colors. Man means the colors of mankind. Mankind is motherfuckers who fell short of man. We are the fucking Hebrews. We are the men. That is why I'm trying to get y'all to understand. Dorsey on some shit that y'all motherfuckers will never be able to achieve if you don't believe. Because once you read that book, you have insight. You know, it's like when motherfucking, what's his name, Thundercats, he be like, hey, the sword, he said, give me sight beyond motherfucking sight. Give me some shit I need to know. Let me see what's in a nigga heart. Let me see what's going on in a nigga mind. Because once you got a nigga mind in his heart, then you know his heart and his mind, you have a strategy on how to deal with that mother. Okay, I'm cool with it. So now, all right, so I didn't deal with the back, So now we talking about the three sons of motherfucking Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Japheth took his ass and built the city of Troy. He was such a fly, light-skinned, Rick Fox-looking motherfucker that he went over to Greece and pulled the baddest bitch, Helen of Troy, and caused a motherfucking world war. Okay? You see where I'm coming from?
Mm-hmm.
So when you have this knowledge of the truth that's in your face, but you don't use your common motherfucking sense to know why. Why would that man send all them goddamn jeopardize everybody on these motherfucking white boys, Greeks? Thousands of them motherfuckers there on over a bitch because he knew that nigga dick was 4 inches longer than his. And he could not live with that shit. Paris was a motherfucking player. They named a motherfucking city in motherfucking France. What? Huh? It's the capital. Huh? Paris, nigga. So you gotta understand, all our truths is in our face, but you don't know how to connect the motherfucking dots. That's why you are lost, because you don't see the motherfucking breadcrumbs that lead to the truth. They ain't hiding shit. You motherfuckers is motherfucking partially blind because you're too busy up here chasing these hoes that's imitating these white girls. See, I master these hoes out here. Dorsey don't pay no rent. Dorsey don't pay no attention. Dorsey don't pay shit. Why? Because guess what? Women were put on the motherfucking earth to motherfucking please us. You niggas is going on this bullshit and you pleasing these women who can never be satisfied because they always got complaints about every motherfucking thing you give them, have, and whatever. You guys are weird. Y'all niggas is weak. See,
Dorsey,
Bronze know the mother.
Dorsey,
Huh?
you're supposed to be talking about Pan-Africanism and the relationship with Africa.
Well, them niggas is weak because they got 7 hoes whispering in they
Hold
motherfucking
on,
ear.
everybody. Hold on, everybody. Yo, I let him talk.
Hey, them Pan-African niggas really want to get
Yo,
their freak on. They like, let's go, let's keep it real,
everybody.
Bronze.
This is
Let's
why
keep it
everybody,
real, Bronze.
audience. This is why I don't drink malt liquor. I'm scared to drink malt liquor now. I used to. I don't drink it no more. I
Hey
had
man,
very
this Four
bad.
Loco got me. I'm drinking the
I,
apple right now. That motherfucker kicking, nigga. And I'm smoking these motherfucking 43, 43% THC, motherfucker.
I had to stop. I
My
was like,
third
yo,
eye is
what the hell
wide,
is he talking
motherfucking
about?
open.
Yeah, I was saying to myself, like, yo, what is he talking about? I was like, why is he talking about Africa? He's talking about, he was talking about
Because
Adam
I'm
and Eve.
starting with the origins. Look, Bronze, ain't
Dorsey,
eating in
Dorsey.
Africa.
Like,
Ain't eating in Africa.
okay,
Huh?
let's talk. Let's talk about. Let's talk about Pan Africanism. And then
Oh, so that Pan-Africanism,
why is there why is African rejecting Pan Africanism?
why are Africans rejected or why are Americans
No, why
rejected?
are Pan Africans rejecting Pan Africanism?
Because they think with they dick.
What?
You got to understand, they are playing upon their natural impulses. Don't nobody want no strange niggas, no new niggas coming in their neighborhood getting all the pussy. The weak niggas is the ones who keep up all the shit. The niggas who got all the bitches, he ain't worried about that shit. Do pimps go out on the city hall marching, complaining about shit? No. Am I right or wrong? Do players go down to the motherfucking city hall protesting? No. Because as far as they are concerned, the natural order is in check. It is these weak niggas who come in here with all these goddamn idiosyncrasies, is that what they call it? From Africa. So when they come over to see, you gotta understand, bro. They come from a culture where bitches supposed to lay down to them. They supposed to lay down and bow down. Nigeria, South Africa, Liberia, Kenya. The
I'll say
women are supposed
this.
to bow down to them.
I,
But
I,
FBA women don't do that shit.
okay, so I'm gonna say
Niggas,
this: FBA culture and Pan African culture is very different. It's like blood and water, or oil and water. It doesn't
look,
mix in the reason.
name me. Look, they come with that old bullshit that they got. What's that little bitch name? Who the queen? Who did some shit? Who was it?
Well,
Who's the what?
Nefertiti,
The king, queen, or whatever the fuck it
the
was.
Queen of
You know,
Kings,
them niggas who was throwing niggas into the slavery shit, right?
the Queen of the what's her name? Viola Davis did that, and
The homie, yeah,
and
the homie tribe.
I'm gonna say
That's a
this.
fucked up name. Is the
Hold on.
homie,
I'm gonna
man.
say
The
this.
homie
The
niggas,
woman's queen, the woman warrior. That's who you're talking about. But I'm gonna say this.
right?
Viola Davis. She played an African. This is the first time I ever seen that shit done. Ever since the Will Smith
Right,
played Concussion.
right.
And I
But
think
you
that's
got to
once in a
understand.
blue
Look at
moon.
it.
But what you're saying, Dorsey, I'll say this. I don't think that is the reason.
Look, Braun. Look, they need her. They queen needs a whole motherfucking army to back her up, right?
Yeah, but Dorsey, I don't think that was it. I don't
No, Bronze. Just say yes or no.
no.
They had a whole army to back her up. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, but that's not the topic, Dorsey.
Harriet Tubman didn't need no motherfucking body, and she took on the whole Confederate army, nigga. That's how our women roll. You know what they call Amazons, nigga? The Amazons ain't in Europe. The Amazon ain't in motherfucking Africa. The Amazon is in the Americas, nigga. Our women got balls, nigga.
Mm.
And that's why we have to step up as men. That's why these bitches like Crips and Bloods.
Mm.
Because they like warriors. They like a nigga who ain't gonna sit up here and kiss the wife. That's why they so loyal to them niggas. They
Yeah,
say, "I'll ride with you."
yeah, but Dorset,
See, you
I
have to
don't
come
think
out here to California
yeah, but Dorset, I don't think that's why Africans don't like Pan Africanists. Pan African.
because we free, niggas. And they
No,
know
but
that if they get
Dorsey,
in,
I don't think I.
If we look, Bronze, hear me out. If we join Pan Africanism, that means that we holding them to a standard.
But
No dick sucking,
Dorsey,
nigga.
we don't got
No
nothing.
knee pads,
But
nigga.
Dorsey, we don't got nothing to do with Pan Africanism. I have nothing to do with Pan Africanism. I don't even like Pan
But that's the
Africanism.
whole thing. We have nothing to do with them because we are not them. We don't wear knee pads.
But okay, Dorsey, okay, you're confusing me now. Okay, this is the question.
How can you look, Barnes? How can you have the resources, the knowledge? You've been sending your niggas over here to the U.S. to get PhDs for 50 motherfucking years, and you niggas don't know how to motherfucking refine uranium. You niggas don't know how to provide electricity to your own shit, and they
Dorsey,
pulling the uranium out your own ground.
but Dorsey, that got nothing to do with Pan Africanism. Pan Africanism is trying to unite with Africans. Why are they
No,
rejecting
Bronze.
that? Why are
No,
they
Bronze.
rejecting that?
W.E.B. Du Bois was a fucking communist. He was a communist motherfucking agent who believed that if we all was on the same motherfucking page,
Hmm.
that everybody could hold hands and scream kumbaya.
Yeah.
But if you ever read Orwell's, you understand what I'm saying? If you ever read Orwell, he told about fascism and he told about communism.
Hmm.
Animal Farm is about communism. The pigs geek up all the other animals to kill the motherfucking farmer, and then they moved into the house and they told the other animals that the apples were poison. Just bring the apples so they could dispose of that motherfucker, and then that they could enjoy the apples. So the analogy is, hey, the elite tell the motherfucking poor, hey, drugs is bad for you, but them niggas is the one who do drugs and get off
Hold on
motherfucking
one
scot
second.
free.
Hold on, Dorsey. Be active. None of us said that we're not. Nobody never said we're not African descent. We said we have African DNA, but we have more. We have more than just African DNA.
No, no, Bron.
We do.
Hey,
We do have.
some of these motherfuckers ain't from Africa.
No, no. I didn't say that, Dorsey. I said we have African DNA.
Them Neanderthal motherfuckers was not from Africa. The Neanderthal was not from motherfucking Africa.
I
The
gotta.
primate had the
I gotta
primate had
push back.
migrated all over the
I gotta
world.
give you pushback from that. And
Okay, go back. Go ahead.
as I told Shabaka, I said actually no, I was actually talking to an employee. I told him two black people can have a white baby, but two white people cannot have a two white people can't have a black baby. So where did white people come from?
Bigfoot, Bigfoot,
Nah, Dorsey.
Bigfoot was a white boy, nigga.
Again, Dorsey. I'm gonna say it again. Two two
Do
black
they not,
Dorsey.
Bronze,
Listen.
Bronze, hear me out, Bronze. Do they not say that the Aryan comes from Tibet? Huh?
Two
Do they
black
not
people
say that the
can.
motherfuckers came from the Himalaya mountains?
So
Where does
you telling
Bigfoot
me?
kick it at?
So you telling me white people don't have African DNA?
No, nigga, they got Bigfoot DNA, nigga.
That's the four loco. You got 2 more minutes, Dorsey. Go on.
Check this out. So, so what happened is a superior race came up out the motherfucking Himalaya mountains and
No,
invaded
no, no,
India.
no, no,
They were
Dorsey.
hybrids.
That's not the question. You got to stay on topic.
Okay, okay. I'm a history major, so all the
This
kind of
nigga
shit
started
kind of
talking
link up.
about Bigfoot. This nigga's wild right.
No, nigga, them white boys is Bigfoot,
No,
nigga.
this
They
nigga.
Bigfoot hybrids, nigga.
Yo. In the next minute, this nigga was about to start talking about Nessie.
Genghis Khan, Genghis Khan was a
Dorsey,
motherfucking half breed, Bigfoot and human, nigga.
Dorsey. All right,
Y'all
let's
niggas
stay on
don't
topic.
read, nigga.
Okay. Let's stay on topic. Let's stay on topic.
Buddha, check this out, Bronze. Buddha was motherfucking half Bigfoot and half motherfucking human.
Dorsey, let's stay on topic.
His goddamn hands reach down past his kneecap.
Dorsey.
It's historical motherfucking records stating that this nigga had his hands down to his goddamn kneecap.
Dorsey, you gotta stay on
That's
topic.
a simian, nigga.
You gotta stay on topic.
That's not a motherfucking human. That's a simian. What happened is, because we are human, we were the superior motherfucking genetic motherfucking model, and we breeded with everything we conquered. We fucked everything moving.
This is what we have to do, everybody. Sometimes you gotta put people on hold because they're not listening. You gotta put Dorsey on hold. Dorsey, you gotta stay on topic. All right, so let's call back Dorsey. He started talking about Bigfoot. Jesus Christ, I was so confused. Oh my God. That was so tough. If I became Bigfoot, I should be 7 feet tall. Dorsey,
I'm sorry. I started hearing elevator music.
Yeah, I put you on hold. No, I put you on a hold because you just talking. I'm like, hold on, Dorsey. You started talking about Bigfoot. I was like, Dorsey, that's not the
because white people are Bigfoot,
no,
nigga.
Dorsey, that's not the question. That's not the topic.
Okay, go ahead.
The topic is Pan-Africanism in Africa. Why does Africa reject?
Understand this, Bronze. Africa was conquered by Europeans. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah.
They go in there, they take their resources, they colonize them, they made them bow down to their language.
Mm-hmm.
Am I right or wrong?
Yes.
To their currency. You understand what I'm saying? They came up with the idea of money. They came up with the idea of value, meaning that humans have no value in Africa, only materials. Animals don't have no value, and life has no value in Africa when a white man can jump on a plane, land in Nairobi, and go shoot your shit out of elephant because he gave motherfuckers $50,000.
So
that is the truth of the world.
So is that the reason why?
That is the truth of the motherfucking world.
So that's what you say. You think that's why you think they push back on Pan-Africanism?
Yeah. We push back. Look, man, we push back as FBAs because we read their spirit. And at first we tried to give them the benefit of the doubt, but eventually we start trusting our inner voice. And our inner voice said, these niggas ain't no good. Because we thought we was tripping when we first was dealing with the niggas. Like, oh, man, we just different. We tripping because they different. No, nigga, we tripping because these niggas is evil.
All right, Dorsey, 30 more seconds. 30 more seconds.
You cannot sit up there and tell me that little replication of niggas being in slavery and bitches moaning and crying, and they got the white man in uniform to make it look all sanitized, right? We know that white man was in charge of about 20 niggas who made sure you stayed shackled, beat your ass, made sure you was fed, and put your ass on that boat. It was a system of slavery. Do not insult me as a historian. I went and got a goddamn degree.
10 more seconds.
The reason why we ain't feeling Pan-Africanism is like a bitch who been motherfucking domestic violence. Even verbal abuse is violence. And we tired of them talking shit.
All right, thank you, Dorsey.
Chinese. Hold on. I'm finna land my plane. Because I done jumped up and grabbed the luggage, overhead luggage, right? So guess what? We tired of the Asians talking shit. We tired of the Latinos talking shit. We tired of the Africans talking shit. We tired of the Caribbeans talking shit. And now we are taking economic measures in order for them. Nigga, you ain't got to respect me, but you motherfucking gonna respect my dollar. I have landed my plane. I done pushed all the motherfuckers out the way and got to the front. And now I'm getting off the plane, said fuck you to TSA, and I done jumped in the motherfucking car. I'm gone.
Thank you, Dorsey. Have a good one, man. Shout out to
You
Dorsey.
too, man. I told you for hey, it's them
It's
it's
that
that
liquor.
alcohol
Yeah,
talking,
that's that
nigga.
liquor. I was like, yo, I didn't know what you was talking about today, but it was.
Yes, you do.
I'm
Because
gonna,
if you put it in correlation
I'm gonna have
and you
to.
break that shit, you
Dorsey,
trying to be nice in front of YouTube,
Dorsey.
but nigga, everything I
I'm gonna
said
have
has
to
been the
rewatch.
truth.
I'm gonna have to rewatch this over. I don't know what you was talking about. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
but
be.
look at it and then analyze the data. You know,
Yo,
Hey, this is not a test, nigga. I'm just rapping to the beat. You understand what I'm saying? Right now, I don't even drink bronze. You done made a nigga start drinking, nigga.
all right, thank you, Dorsey.
Cause I want to know where the fuck you coming from. So I had to say, like, you can't walk in another motherfucking man's shoes without putting on your own
Hey,
socks.
Dorsey, I
Am I
gotta
right
go.
or
I
wrong?
gotta go, Dorsey.
All right, gone. Bye.
Shout out to Dorsey. Hey, I don't know who's calling me. You know who's calling. Hey, I don't know who's calling me, but as I said, the new thing is you got to donate something. You know, you don't have to donate a lot, but you have to donate something. So I can't take your call until you donate something. Bronze or Rosalind Perkins ain't talking to no more. You broke niggas no more. You know what? Let's see who this is. Fuck it. I'll take one more. I'm gonna take one more.
What up, though?
Yo, what's going on?
What up, though? I was just about to start going and donate. I'm
Oh,
like, shit, my man
no,
talking
no,
about
no,
some
no,
donate.
no,
Let me
no,
go and
no.
get
I
this.
know. I was like, I said it's probably somebody I know. No, it's you good because you always usually donate, so you could you don't have to. Yeah,
How
I
y'all
got
doing today?
good, good. I got a question.
Yo,
Did you know what Dorsey was talking about? I was confused.
Dorsey, man, yeah, he was just going and cooking and stuff. I think he was talking about the Asians at the end.
I thought he was gonna start naming like, yo, the ducks is gonna have to show us some respect. The birds is about to, the lions, the tigers. I was like, yo, what the hell? This is why I told him I have to rewatch that. I was confused because first we started talking about the Bible. So I was like,
Yeah,
okay.
Dorsey, he's the homie and shit. The only thing I would disagree with you on, Dorsey, is yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I had learned that when they was walking around and they was the tree of knowledge of good
Oh
and
no, no, no,
evil.
no. That's not the topic. That's the thing. That wasn't the topic.
I just well, hold on. Let me just hit that right quick. I
Go
mean,
ahead,
that's
go ahead,
all I
go
want to disagree
ahead.
with him.
Go ahead, go
It
ahead.
was a tree of knowledge of good and evil. See, it was the knowledge that of good and evil. See, when they came around the corner, they was like, "Oh snap, I'm naked." And my
Yeah.
God, my father was like, "Who told y'all when y'all was naked?" That's because they had knew the knowledge of good and evil.
Hold on one second. Yeah, Dorsey, you did warn me that you was drinking Four Loco. You did warn me, so I appreciate that. Go on. Go on FBA convo. My fault. I had to tell him. Yeah, you
No,
did
ain't
warn me.
nothing. I was just doing to go ahead and clear that up for my
So
family.
let me ask
We
you a
can't be having
question.
all that. But anyway,
Let me ask you a
what's up, man?
question.
How y'all been, man?
So,
Hey, I do got something against my CEOs of the channel. See, listen, man, I
mm,
don't want y'all to stop my man from talking to people, man. That's how we make.
mm, yeah. Oh, I've been doing some advertisement. Yeah. Cause you know why? Cause I had a violation strike, so I had to I had to do something. So I was doing phone calls. I was looking for grants for the short film. So that's going decent right now. I got to make some more phone calls tomorrow before the show. Um, but I'm gonna do a nonprofit grant. I will definitely do that. But let me ask you a question. Um, Why do you think the Africans are rejecting Pan Africanism? Oh, hold on one second. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. They can't hear you. My fault. Hold on. Hold on. That's my fault. Thank you, Robin. Go on. That's you.
Yeah, I was thinking Pan African is an American thing, like as you can see in Dr. Umar case. That stuff right there, that probably was started by a Jamaican, and the Americans really the ones that Pan African. Africans, they don't care to be with FBA. They just want to go ahead and just say that they the FBA big brother,
Did you watch
and
the
we
show
letting them know that we
yesterday?
ain't learned nothing from y'all.
Did you watch
We ain't
the?
learned nothing from y'all because if we learn something from y'all, then y'all will have everything that we have here in America.
Did you watch the show
Y'all will
yesterday?
have heroes. Y'all will be dominating on the pitch. Y'all will be over there doing the best. Y'all will have toilets.
Hey,
Y'all will have everything,
Congo.
but y'all not brothers with the people that's next to you in Somalia. The people that's right next door to you in your 54 countries. You won't even call him a brother. You'll call me a brother. FBA, we are brothers. But then that dude in Somaliland and Ghana, you turn around and you don't look at him as a brother. That's how you know that y'all too tribal, man, for anything,
Hey,
bro.
let me ask you a question. Did you watch
Yep.
the show yesterday?
No, I ain't get a chance. What happened?
We found out where Pan Africanism came from. Pan Africanism,
Where y'all find it?
it came from white supremacy. It was a white man that helped create Pan Africanism.
Man, I'm totally shocked, bro. I thought that stuff came from Jamaica, bro.
No, it came from a white supremacist. You know,
Mm-hmm.
why if you get a chance, you don't gotta watch it because we always do like something similar. Um, I said that whenever you see a certain black face doing something, sometimes you might have a white man in the back. You know, navigating. So that's what was going on with Pan Africanism. This is why a lot of
Who was it though? What was it? Who started it then? Tell me.
it was this white guy that helped, and I don't know what was the white guy's name. I forgot the white guy's name.
Okay,
But when I get the white guy's name, I'll text you again. Or actually, you know what?
no doubt,
I'll send you the link. I'll send you the link
no doubt.
of the show that I mean the video that we did watch. You
What
know,
uh what uh what year is that they started that Pan African? I thought it was like 1960 something.
I think it was in the late 1800s.
1800s they come up with we all black.
No, we were always black. It's just they started calling us different names. Cause don't forget, they already reclassified us. They already reclassified us when they started calling us Negroes. You know,
Yeah,
so
that's interesting because I had talked to my homie about the Pan Africanism. He told me, he said, Kev, Pan Africanism not like that. What you want to understand is it is the total unification and uplifting of everybody in Africa.
yeah.
The whole diaspora
But
that we're supposed to look out for each other in such a way where Africa is uplifted and we can go back to the motherland.
yeah, but we don't
But ain't
benefit
no
from it.
motherland over in Africa because I'm trying to tell you that they not my predecessors. I don't wake up every day thinking about wear my damn dashiki or my sandals.
I used to
You
wear a
understand?
dashiki too. I used to have
Yeah,
one of
I
them
know. I
hoodie
was wearing a
ones.
dashiki too for the wrong reasons because I
Yeah,
was a Pan African too. I wanted the whole diaspora to be uplifted, but when I realized
they didn't like
that
you.
they didn't like me in the jump, that's when I realized that they delineated first, and it's time for me to delineate, and
Uh,
that's really whooping their ass. I'll be on TikTok every day, and
yeah.
you'd be surprised how many people from the UK or from
Oh,
Africa say I'm black.
you know what?
I'm black.
I got
I'm
this
black too,
video.
and we crush them every time.
I got this
You not
video
black.
today.
I'm black. You an African. You from Caribbean. You got
Yo,
dual lineage. We straight. We get some straightening over there. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing.
I got this video. When you see this video, it's after this video. You're gonna be shocked at what this guy said because you spoke to him. I spoke to this guy, and he sounds like Tariq Nasheed. Wait till you see the guy. And he's a Pan African.
You about to pull out something that Shabaka has said? Because I done
Oh
spoke to
no, no,
Shabaka and
no,
you done
no!
spoke to
It's not a.
Shabaka.
It's not a Shabbat. It's not Shabbat. You'll see. Just wait. You're gonna be shocked. You might even want to call back. It's gonna be.
Play that video after I drop down because I ain't really trying to say nothing. I just said hello to the family It's good to see y'all and stuff. I'm glad y'all still over here cooking.
All right, so
And
yo, after this video right here, the one I got on the screen right now, this one is only 4 minutes. I'm gonna break this down within 10 to 13 minutes. But the next video, when you see it, you're gonna be like, yo, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Is he really saying this? And this guy, I spoke to him and he fought me over shit saying shit like this.
mm-hmm.
So wait till when you hear it, you're gonna be like, yo, are you fucking serious?
That's crazy.
So you're gonna be like, get the fuck out of here.
You gonna play it now? Because I can go on mute and I can still hear it. You can go ahead and play it now.
You know what? I'll play it right now. I'll put this one on.
Play it right now. I'm gonna go on mute so you don't get no echo.
All right.
Gotta block Tether to TikTok. He gonna record your live and use it as.
Give me a second, everybody. Damn, I just had it. Give me a. No, that's not it. I just had it. Where did I just put it at? Hold on. Right here.
Hey, I gotta block Tether to TikTok. He gonna record your live and use it as.
I can't see anyone. For some reason, the comments aren't moving for me.
Okay, you gotta block Tether to TikTok.
Family, let me know why they keep saying block me. If tethers are being honest, shouldn't the world hear them? FYI Revenue's new username is Kwame.
We gotta be honest.
Don't start. Let me
Africans
finish.
sold Africans into slavery. We gotta be honest.
Let me finish.
Ain't no justifying.
Hold on. Do your history before you chat to me.
Bro,
that's what history says, though.
We have letters of
even African people say they
chieftains
sold over Africans.
begging to extend the slave trade. Let's be honest about it.
Do your history before you chat to me.
Yeah, I've heard Africans literally tell me, we sold y'all into slavery because y'all was criminals. I literally heard Africans say that to me. Now, your point about the slave trade, we have to be honest if we have any discussions. Africans were selling Africans into slavery. No white man swindle no African to sell their own people.
A lot of those kingdoms over there, the Dahomey, Oyo, Ashanti Empire, the slave trade was highly regulated by them. European merchants, they weren't allowed to kidnap local people. Do you know that? Let's be real. Some of those African kingdoms would not allow the Europeans to go kidnap folks. They were like, no. If you want them, you got to go through me. You got to pay me first. Don't go get them by your damn self.
Africans were selling their own people into slavery. We have letters. Hold on. We have letters and other things where Africans are telling the British Empire, you cannot end slavery. We are ready to go to WAR over it.
No. They're not going to sit here and act like, oh, they stole my brother. They stole my brother. No. We're not doing that.
Yeah, rebound, man. That's gold right there. I didn't know that was going down.
Do you know who that was?
Yeah, you know I know who that was.
Yeah. That's Shabaka's brother. That's the one.
That's his homie and shit. Now he ain't got nothing to say. Shabaka, are you gonna address this situation? My man got him red-handed. Shabaka, what you got to say about this? now you gonna delineate from your boy revenue? He gonna delineate from revenue now.
Yo.
Now him and revenue now what you gonna say about that? Let me get off the phone so Shabaka can get called in and say his piece.
Remember?
Come on, Shabaka, we want to hear from you, bro.
Remember Kwame was fighting me over saying shit like that. I was like, Kwame, they sold their own people. I was like,
I know. He put his foot right in his mouth. Basically said what we be saying. And that's what they say. They be ultimate cosplaying. All that cosplaying.
And Kwame's Jamaican. That's the thing. I've been told Kwame, I was like, Kwame, a lot of these Jamaicans are delineating from Africans. I was like, Kwame, they are. Oh, no, they're not. No, I'm like, Kwame, they're delineating. I was like, they're saying that they're admixtures. They're not just Africans. This is why they're calling themselves Jamaican. And they fought me, or he fought me tooth and nail over it. It was so bad that I had to do a show on it. Now he's saying what I said. He's saying what I'm saying now. So I
Yeah, that's
told you.
sad, man. I mean, damn. So
I
what
told,
channel was that you found that on? Because somebody watching Kwame on TikTok.
that was a TikTok of tethers, I think it's called.
I'm gonna look for that. I'm gonna look for that channel.
I told y'all was gonna be surprised. Like, yo, that's everybody's favorite Pan African. That's why that's everybody's favorite Pan
You got his
African.
ass. You got his ass. Look at that man. Yeah, man. I mean, for real, Shabaka. I'm really interested to see what you got to say. Why don't you call in, Shabaka? You got the number.
Shabaka's about to run. He ran yesterday.
Yeah, he gonna flee again. He fled the other day. You said.
He fled yesterday. Yeah, when I showed that shit about Ghana and they were doing all that fucked up shit about the slavery and stuff.
Yeah, I seen that
Yeah.
video. I don't even watch that video. I'll be so pissed off every time I watch that video, bro. How you gonna make a mockery of my motherfucking lineage, bro? That's pissed me off to high heaven. Ghana always fucking up and doing off code.
Mm-hmm. That's why people push back on. This is why a lot of people push back on that guy talking for us, the Ghana president talking for Black Americans. You know, that was the whole thing. This is why I asked the question about Pan African. Why is Africans pushing back on Pan Africanism? And Pan Africanism is in Pan African movement is fighting for them. This is why.
Yeah, I know. Pan Africans over here. That's what I'm saying. I don't think Africans. I don't think. I would love to see Africans actually embrace Pan Africans. I'm telling you, they don't like them. I told you, Africans don't like Jamaicans.
Mm-mm.
You know, did you see that what's that 154 the Godfrey and the Abdullah, right?
Yeah.
The last one they had that girl from Bob and Abba Shoulder, that lady right there, that she also made it on Star Trek, and I don't even watch Star Trek because of her anymore. It wasn't her fault. It was they were just messed it up. Anyway,
But I remember I've been told people that. I said, yo, Caribbeans don't like Africans. I've been said that. All that shit that
he
they've
said that right there in front of them on that 154 show, right?
Yeah.
From what she said that when I was a little girl, I had this friend that was a Jamaican. He had a party. I wanted to go. My parents didn't let me go. That bitch stayed right across the street from me, and I had to watch all my friends from school go over to the house and have a good time, but I couldn't go, and that messed me up. You know what I'm saying? But that's how they was. They don't f with each other. So how the hell is they talking about they black and they mess with each other and they cool when they ain't even cool with the people that's really black, which is us? You know what I mean? We the ones that been out here in this land for 400 years plus. All my families. Every time I ride around Detroit, I'll be looking about everybody FBA. They might not know, but they of the lineage. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no damn immigrants over here in Detroit, but it is though.
Yeah.
You want to hear the other day I was riding down the street and I think I did see some Jamaican kids. Because they already had the Rastafari in here. They were like 15 years old. But I don't know. That was just all speculation.
You want to hear my theory why that I think they push back on Pan Africanism? It's because of tribalism. It's tribalism. You can't unite nobody if they're already tribalistic. If you already see as
I'm Igbo. I'm what's that? Igbo. That's all I know. Igbo and what's the other one?
Ashanti, all of that shit. It's just that there's too many tribes. No.
We be peeling back the onion, dog. They come into the space trying to cosplay, be like, yeah, I'm black. We be like, where your family from?
Yeah.
They be like, dog, all right then, fine. My family from Jamaica. Well, you not black, man.
Yeah.
And we had to explain it to them one by one. One by one. You ain't black. You Jamaican. You Ghanaian.
Shabaka say, I dropped the link for Shabaka.
Come on, Shabaka, drop the link, man. Let's get it, man. I'm tired of this. I'm done what I had to say. I'll talk to y'all later, okay? We good?
Right. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Shout out to you.
All right, I'll talk to you soon, Brian. Good show.
Thank you. Yeah, it's like I said, you can't be mad at me. I didn't say it. Your boy said it. No. You can come on the show and say it. I dropped the link, so I'll let you talk for 5 minutes, Shabaka, because you didn't pay anything. This is a courtesy. You know, just because the audience say, "Yo, let's see what Shabaka's gonna say," and I'm gonna have to ask you the question. That was your boy Kwame. This is the nigga that said, "Yo, you was sprayed with water hose and chased by dogs and spit on." That's the nigga who said it. Now he's talking like an FBA. So what do you got to say, Shabaka? I dropped the link. Click the link. Shabaka,
Hello?
what's going on? You got some explaining to do,
Hello?
player. You hear
Hello?
me?
Yeah,
Shabaka,
what
come
did
on.
Kwame say? What did Kwame say wrong?
No, he didn't say
I'm
anything
here.
wrong. That he didn't say anything wrong, but he said what I said, and you told me I was lying
About what?
about
What
Africans
I got
selling
to say?
African. About Africans selling Africans.
Africans sold Africans.
Kwame,
Africans were put where they were forced to sell other people.
did you hear what
You
did
don't,
you hear what Kwame said? Did you hear what Kwame said?
what did Kwame say? That there were some Africans that sold Africans?
No,
Yes,
no, no. He
yes.
said no. He said Africans need to be accountable of what they did, and
Of
we can't
course,
just
of
blame.
course. But the Africans then and the Africans now are two distinct and different
No, no,
people.
no, no,
How in the
no.
hell are we gonna go back into history and penalize those Africans that sold other Africans into slavery?
Oh my
How are
God!
we gonna do that?
Are you jumping ship now? Are you jumping ship? Because when I said that,
Jumping ship
hold
what?
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. When I said that, you said I was lying. You said, "Oh no, the white man strong armed him." Kwame did not say that. Kwame didn't say that the white man strong armed him. Kwame didn't say that.
Yes, the Europeans did
No, no.
trick and
Do we
deceive
gotta play it
us. That's
again?
the only way
We're
the
gonna play it
slave
again. We're
trade
gonna
was
play it again.
successful.
We're gonna play it again. We're gonna play it again. Cause we don't need you lying. Cause you're notorious of lying, Shabaka.
Lying about what, brother? What?
You don't got Shabaka. You ain't lying this time. We're gonna watch it. Give me a
Lying
second.
about what?
About everything. About everything. Let me. I'm gonna put it on the big screen. You're gonna listen to it. All right, you ready?
Gotta block Tether to TikTok. He gonna record your live and
You
use
hear it?
it as
I can't see anyone. For some reason, the comments aren't moving for me.
K, you gotta block Tether to TikTok.
Family, let me know why they keep saying block me. If tethers are being honest, shouldn't the world hear them? FYI Revenue's new username is Kwame.
Bro, we gotta be
Don't
honest.
start. Don't start. Let me finish.
Africans sold Africans into slavery. We gotta be
Hold on. Let me
honest.
finish. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Ain't no
And when those
justifying.
people,
Ain't no
hold on.
justifying
Do
it.
your history. Do your history before you chat to me. Do
Bro,
your history
bro,
first.
That's what
we have
history says,
Do your
though.
letters.
flipping history before
Bro,
you
we
chat
have
to me.
letters of
Even
Do
African
your
African people say
history
they
before you
chieftains
sold
chat
other
to me.
Africans.
begging to
They,
extend the slave trade. Let's be honest
do
about it.
your history before you chat to me.
Yeah, I've heard Africans literally tell me, we sold y'all into slavery because y'all was criminals. I literally heard Africans say that to me. Now, your point about the slave trade, we have to be honest if we have any
Look at this
discussion.
dude's face.
Africans were selling Africans into slavery. No white man swindle no African to sell their own people.
A lot of those kingdoms over there, the Dahomey, Oyo, or Shanti Empire, the slave trade was highly
Such an
regulated by
ignorant,
them.
such an
European merchants,
ignorant,
they weren't allowed
ignorant.
Look at he
to
turning
Yeah,
help
on
local
Kwame.
people.
Look, he turning on Kwame.
Do you know that? Let's be
turn
real.
it,
Some of
turn it.
those
I
Africans
haven't
No,
been
no,
paid
no,
anything.
no.
the
Listen,
Europeans to go
listen.
kidnap folks. They were like, no. If you want them, you got to go through me. You got to pay me first. Don't go get them by your damn self.
Mm.
Africans were selling their own people into slavery.
A
We have
discount.
letters.
No, no,
We
no,
have
no,
letters
no. Be
of
quiet.
other things where
No,
Africans are
finish.
telling the
Let him
British
finish.
Empire, you cannot end slavery.
He's a
We are ready to
liar,
go to
No, no, no,
WAR.
no,
and
no,
he
no,
just
no, 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 no. Shabaka, let him finish.
I heard that.
Let him finish.
Over it.
I just heard Tommy say
No,
what
no,
he
no.
said.
And see here,
Kwame
you
Tommy
see,
say what he said.
No, listen to
And
Kwame.
neither
we're
of
not.
them are
No,
correct. And
no,
neither of them are correct.
we're not doing that.
Nobody's selling
The
their children
regulating
and
hell.
their people went to
Not a
slavery.
lot of the
Children and
Europeans to
their
go in there and
people
get
went to
people by
We
themselves.
slavery.
got him,
Let Revenue
everybody.
land his point. Let's let Kwame land his point,
Let him
okay?
live.
This is what I don't like what Africans do. They want to put the blame on the Arab man, the European man. No, you set up treaties with these
Now,
different European kingdoms to
this is
sell
so
people
That
into
ignorant.
nigga
slavery
right.
for musket, gunpowder, rum, and other things. This is just a historical fact.
And listen,
What did we
that
need
that just shows
gunpowder
you who they are.
for? We
It
didn't
wasn't
have
just
we
European
didn't have
people.
anything
A lot of
before.
them Africans
What did we
before
need
these
What did we
powers, they
need
had
gunpowder for?
diplomatic treaties. I kept telling y'all, they kept signing treaties with the European powers over there in Africa. That's how they really got colonized the way they
And
did. They kept making these
why do we
treaties,
sign treaties?
and the deals were janky, and they just kind of fell through over the years.
Treaties are deals
Maybe in
with
good ways or
some
bad
with
ways.
somebody got to
Looks
be
like Revenue was
inferior.
getting free tutoring
Somebody
lessons
got
from
to be
Tariq.
inferior.
Yeah,
Hey,
so
hey,
Q.
I gotta
Yo,
block tether into slavery for
Treaties
gun
are
for but
based on
it's a sad
conquered
truth.
people.
Discussion say
Looks like Revenue was getting free tutoring
It's
lessons
not
from
done
You
Tariq.
yet.
don't
we
sign
gotta
no
have honest
treaties if
discussions. Say, you know
everything
what?
was
We
equal. If
did send
everything
Africans
was
into slavery
equal.
Let him
for
finish. Shabaka,
weaponry.
let him
You
finish,
sign
Shabaka.
treaties.
Let him
You
finish.
sign
No,
people for
Shabaka.
killing your people.
Shabaka. Let's finish watching it. Let's finish watching it.
Rum and other things because they didn't look at other tribes as their own people. That's just the reality on the ground. It's the sad truth where we can't lie about. We can't have a 21st century interpretation of the slave trade. It happened. They wrote letters to kingdoms and they justify why they wanted to sell people. You had African chieftains that said this is
Africans
ordained.
wrote in English to Alpha Kingdom. Is that what you're
Bro,
telling me?
bro.
Yeah,
Africans
I
wrote
want
in
to hear this.
English,
I want
yeah?
to hear his
Let me
story.
tell you something, bro.
Let me
All
land.
the FBA people,
These
all the
men.
FBA, all
Let me
them.
land my plane.
You got a
Yo,
commercial.
Shabaka, that's your boy. That's your
Bronzeman.
brother.
Bronzeman.
That's your brother. That's your brother.
A bronzeman.
I'm listening. What's up? What's up? Yo, you're breaking up.
That they sold into slavery. Then they would be
Say that
Jew
over.
on
Hold
that
on. Hold on.
aspect, right?
Hold on. Say that over. Hold on. Say that over. You started breaking up. Repeat it over.
I
You
said,
started breaking up.
what would have happened if those kings would have killed all those people that they sold into slavery instead of shipping them into slavery? I think that was some type of beneficial because if they sold their people into slavery, they did not kill them, even though they considered them the enemy.
So now you reneging on why Africans sold Africans? Are you
No,
telling me why Africans sold Africans?
I know Africans were forced to sell other
No,
Africans
they
into
weren't.
slavery.
No, no,
That's a
no,
part of
no.
history.
Kwame didn't say that.
There were
Kwame
traders,
didn't say that.
Europeans that sold weapons to Indians. There were Indians that sold weapons and helped the Native Americans be
Y'all see this,
conquered. There
everybody.
has been
Y'all see
traders of
this,
all
everybody.
nationalities. Africa is no different.
I'm clipping this. I'm clipping this. This shit is crazy.
Kwame ain't no great
Shabaka.
Pan-African leader. What has Kwame organized?
Kwame is your brother. Remember y'all used to talk? He's your
You
brother.
my
Hey, what's
brother.
up,
You
brother? Hold on.
all Africans are my brothers.
Remember, no, you defended him when he said y'all niggas was getting chased by
And
dogs and
I'm going
spit
to
on.
defend them now. I'm going to defend
No, you're
you
not.
too, even with
No,
your
you're not defending
silliness.
him. Kwame said that. Kwame's not wrong.
And what does it
I've been
mean?
saying that. That means Africans
And
sold
what does it
Africans,
mean?
and they
No
signed
shit.
treaties. What do you mean?
No shit. No shit,
So
Sherlock.
why you making
And
why so why you
Europeans
making it
sold Europeans.
Shabaka? So Shabaka, why are you making it seem like, oh yeah, they were forced to sell them, and they weren't forced to sell them?
They were for Africans. Where was the slave trade before the European came to the continent?
It was with the
Africans
Arabs.
wasn't selling that. They were through the Arab slave trade, but the Europeans the slave trade industry. They were forced to sell them. If your
Africans,
village was conquered,
Africans
what
sold
could you do except
Africans, and
sell?
they signed
Yeah,
trees. They were getting stuff for it. They weren't scared. They
yeah,
were
of course
selling
you're
their
gonna get
people.
something for it. That's what a
This is
treaty is about. A
sad.
treaty is based on equality. A treaty is
So,
only based on conflict. The African people was conquered and they had to sell other Africans into slavery.
and these are the people.
And
Hey,
what
hold
the
on, hold on.
hell were you doing worried about what happened
So
300
Shabaka.
years ago? It's not the same Africa.
So
John
Shabaka.
Muhammad is not the African that sold African people into slavery.
But they got his
He's
Shabaka.
trying to clean this shit up.
Shabaka. In Africa, they're still selling people. What are you talking about? They're still selling their own people.
What part of Africa?
Like,
They saw people in the United States.
who are they selling in the United States, Shabaka?
All this missing children and things like that. You think them children
But
are
it's
not being
illegal. They'll go to jail
stolen
for
and
it.
stolen inside the United States?
Shabaka.
Of course
But
they're
it's
going to
illegal. They'll go to
jail for
jail
it, just like they will in
if
Africa. Who
no,
is
they
selling
won't.
who in
They're
Africa?
doing it.
Who's
Liberia is
selling
selling
who in Africa?
Africans.
The Arabs are
The
selling Africans,
Liberians, the Liberians are
and who
selling
are
Africans.
who the people from Libya? Arabs, right? Arabs
Yeah,
selling
but
Africans, brother.
so they're not Africans.
No, they're not
They
Africans. They're Arabs. That's why they're called Arabs. No
mm-mm-mm.
Africans selling no Africans.
Shabaka,
Arabs are
Shabaka.
selling Africans.
This is why they reject your Pan Africanism. This is why they
No, ain't
reject it.
nobody
This
that
is why
Pan
we're having this
Africanism
conversation.
is the most beautiful
They
state of
reject that
organization
shit.
on the continent of Africa today. Pan Africanism cannot be
Shabaka,
defeated. The French, the Europeans cannot defeat
Shabaka,
Pan Africanism, and they know it. The only thing they
Shabaka.
can do is try to
It's
delay
so
it with
bad.
the death and the assassination of our leaders, brother.
Shabaka, Shabaka. So is Gaddafi your people?
Yes, I got a grandson named
Well, Gaddafi
Gaddafi.
wasn't Gaddafi Arab?
Pan African warrior. He's a revolutionary.
Was
I
Gaddafi? That's
love
not
and
what I
support.
said. Shabaka, that's not what I said. I said is Gaddafi African.
Yes, Gaddafi was African.
So
His
why are you
sentiments were towards Africa, even though
why are
he
you
was
denying
somewhat
this
Arab.
country then? Why are you denying this country then?
Gaddafi worked for Africa or worked for the Arabs.
Shabaka, why are you denying his
Gaddafi was a
country?
Pan Africanist.
Shabaka, that's not what I'm saying. Why are you denying his country?
Deny his country. No, I don't like
Yeah.
the exploitation of anybody. Those people that was left in Libya did not
But
have
you
to sell.
consider him
Gaddafi would
but you
never.
consider
Gaddafi would allow anybody to sell anybody in Libya. The people had much more intelligence than that. That's something that the FBA would do. Sell our people back
but
into slavery. And that's exactly what the
Shabaka,
FBA is doing. They're trying to sell
Shabaka,
our people back into slavery, trying to discount Pan
Shabaka.
Africanism because they're working along with the government to try to
We don't
overthrow
want to
Pan
fuck
Africanism.
so you're mad at black Americans because we don't want to fuck with
No,
Pan
Black
Africanism.
Americans are going back to Africa by the
So we don't
score.
have a choice. So we don't have a
It's
choice.
the FBA. It's all group of
Shabaka.
ignorant niggas. There's something
Okay.
else than Africans
So
that
so
are
so we don't
betraying our people and causing
we don't have a
confusion
choice.
amongst our people.
So we don't have a choice to pick and choose who we support. That's what you're saying.
You can choose what you want to choose, but
So
don't
why do
come
you
on
have
this
a
damn
problem?
channel and start something
Why
about
you have a why you
Pan-Africanism
mad?
if you don't think you're
Why
gonna
do
get
you
some
why are you
feedback.
mad then? Why are you mad then? People choke
I'm
people had
not
a
mad.
choice. You are
I'm
you are
defending
mad.
Pan-Africanism, defending the FBA,
Look
brother.
look but the thing about it, I never said anything bad about Pan African. I said Pan African need to get their shit
And you
together.
always saying something
Yeah, but am I lying?
Africanism. You're talking about it won't
It
really
doesn't work.
working. Look at the Alliance of the
But
Sahel. It's working
so okay,
slowly. We don't kick
so
the
why
French
is
out of West Africa. What
no you're not.
has the
No
FBA
you're
done?
not. Because you know why? Benin still speaks
We
French.
have kicked the French out of West Africa.
So
We
why
have
does not
kicked the French out of
so
here.
why does
Pick up
Benin,
a book, brother.
Nigeria,
Read
Togo still
about the
speak French?
Alliance of the Sahel States.
So why do they still speak
What's that?
French and use their currency? Why do they still speak French and use their currency?
What, were they supposed to stop speaking French overnight?
If you kick them out, you're not
It took
supposed to
the
keep their
French,
culture.
it took the French
10 more
years
seconds,
to
Shabaka.
implement and
10 more
change
seconds.
the language of those people. They just come
You
over there
need
in
a
the
native
next
language.
day. The people
Don't
were
they
speaking French.
don't they got their native
No, it was,
language?
French was never the native language of Burkina Faso, Mali, or Nigeria, brother.
I didn't say
You
Burkina
got to do
Faso.
your history, man. You got to read some books, brother.
You're crashing out. I didn't say Burkina Faso or Mali.
I'm not fast.
I didn't say that.
Why? How am I crashing out?
I didn't say that.
No, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Nigeria are getting all the
Nigeria,
French influence out of
but they
Africa.
have their currency.
Macron is begging
They still
to
have their
become a part
currency.
of Burkina Faso, Mali, and Nigeria again.
If you're still using their currency and their language, you're not doing anything.
And you have to use that currency until you produce your own. The people in Burkina Faso, Mali, and Nigeria has changed the currency, and they're using African currency. They're not using the
There is no such thing
French
as no
currency,
African
but
currency.
there's still, I think,
That's what
there
Gaddafi tried
is
to
African currency. What do you think that the
because
people
Gaddafi tried
is
to
like
make African no
that
Gaddafi
you know
no
nothing about Pan Africanism,
Gaddafi tried
brother.
to make
You
African
know
currency.
nothing about that.
Shabaka
There is
Gaddafi
African currency.
Gaddafi tried to make African currency and his own people killed him because of
But do
Obama and
that
the
mean that there's no
hold up.
African currency,
That's
brother?
European. They still use the European currency. Yes. What are you talking about?
Man, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Nigeria are not using French currency
So
unless
they're
they're
not.
dealing with the French and
So
the
they don't
debt that
use
they
European
accrue
currency.
while dealing with the French. They have kicked the French out of
So
those three
what kind?
places.
So
They
what's
have
still your currency
renamed
to
the
use?
different places in Africa that was named after the French. They are totally de colonializing themselves uh, 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 from the French colonialists.
All right, Shabaka,
You
stay
know
right there.
nothing
All right.
about Pan Africanism, brother.
Hold on,
You know
stay
nothing
right there. All
about
right.
Pan Africanism.
Just stay right there. Hold on. Just relax. Stay right
Let me
there.
turn this
All
down a
right.
little bit. Let me turn this down a little bit.
Oh, hold on, everybody. All right, everybody. So they still not using the franc? What's that say?
No. They
CFA.
kicked the French out. No. They kicked the French out
But they're
2
still
years
using their
ago.
currency.
They have to use the
They
currency
have
in
to use the
international
currency. Shabaka, have a nice day,
back
Shabaka.
back. They cannot just drop a currency like that.
This is why I say about the lion. He said they're using African currency. I say they're still using they're still using the European currency. They're still using the franc. They're still using the French currency. He said, no, I'm lying. We got to get him out of here. We got to get him out of here. Once he starts the lying, we got to get him out of here. Oh shit! I'm gonna say this. There's nothing wrong, if you like the culture, it's the culture. It, Africans did it. Africans did it, but we can't. The thing about what Kwame was saying, we can't act like it didn't happen. This is what we're doing. We're acting like the Africans didn't do it because they have the same color that we have. We can't do that. We can't lie like that. We got to tell the truth. And this is the truth. They sold other Africans, and those Africans that they sold were my brothers and sisters. Some of my forefathers probably didn't come off that boat. But those people who did come off that boat, they still mixed it with us. So we got to take it as it is. Those were our people. Just how the Africans, just how the Caribbeans feel. The Caribbeans feel the same way. The Afro Latinos feel the same way. This is why they're delineating. This is why there is, and the thing about it, it happened. But if you're not trying to fix it, if you're not trying to just say like, yo, this happened and we need to fix this, and have a better relationship, you're not even trying to do that. You're just trying to rationalize why we're not seeing what we're seeing is not true. What we're hearing is not true. If Kwame, who comes on this show, says it, and I've been saying it for the 8 months, and he been fighting for me, now he's saying it. What you want me to say? What do you want me to say? Well, Kwame's a fucking liar? No, I've been saying the same thing. Ain't nobody that make no African sell these people. As Kwame said it, they did it for resources, certain resources that they couldn't get in Africa. They sold it for some rum. They sold it for some tobacco, I believe. Was it some tobacco? It was certain things that gunpowder. They did it. As we hold the Arabs and the Europeans accountable, we have to hold the Africans accountable. As tribalistic as they are, they have been doing it historically. As they've been doing it historically. And if you're not mad, that's your opinion. I'm not gonna be like, well, you're supposed to be mad. No, I'm not gonna do that. Because it's not my place to tell you how you're supposed to feel. That's your place. This is why we have this show. This is why we talk. I would never do that to y'all. But at the end of the day, you cannot get mad at me and say, like, oh, well, you know what? Aroshalan, you're lying. Your own Pan-African brother said that. Your Pan-African brother that always defend you said it. This is why I say a lot of you old motherfuckers is not supposed to be in this. Let these young motherfuckers do it. Like, if Kwame's a new era of fucking Pan-Africanism, let him do it. Let him wear the kufi and the dashikis. Y'all niggas ain't supposed to be wearing this shit no more. Y'all supposed to just be supporting him. Y'all are the new marketers. Y'all supposed to market it. Y'all supposed to gatekeep Pan-Africanism. Y'all can't even do that shit right. Let's get into the next show, man.
This isn't just a vacation. From November 14th to 12th, history.
Speak for us. They should tell us what to do, and they are better than us. They are superior than us. It shows by the policies they pass. It shows by the laws that they want us to follow. It shows in their participation in our politics and wanting to be in it, and their narratives. You can tell that that's what they want to do. They want to take it further, and they want to talk about African family values. You cannot make this stuff up, fam. There's a meeting that's supposed to happen in Kenya, and this meeting is a Pan-African conference, mind you. And these people, I'll put up the pictures of the participants for this conference. These are the people that are coming together to meet about family values in Africa context. Yes, look at each and one of them. Austin Russ, he's a president for Family at Human Rights New York, Washington, D.C. There's Hank, he's the president of the board of directors of the Dutch and the US entity Christian Council International. Travis is a vice president of policy and government affairs. There's Reverend Ricky, he's an executive director of Living.
Not one motherfucking blackface on there. Not one fucking blackface. And this is the Pan-African Conference. These are the speakers. And this is what and this is why a lot of black Americans reject that. This is why Africans are rejecting this shit now. Where are the people that supports and influence their community? You're doing the same thing. The Pan-Africans are doing the same thing that the Democrats are doing. Y'all running the same game plan on these Africans that y'all try to do to the black community. Not one Pan-African spokesperson. Not one person on this picture right here. And y'all talk about unity with these people in Africa. This is where you get in the pushback. Yes, they are tribalistic, but at least some of them are trying to have some type of unity. And it's not because of Pan-Africanism. It's because, you know what? They have a problem that they need to solve, and it's a European problem. They can't solve it with no fucking Pan-African. They looked at what happened in America. It's like, yo, these motherfuckers got to get the fuck out of here out these countries. They're letting too much of these immigrants and too much of these Europeans into this fucking country.
Hope Ministries and president of the Institutes of Biblical Sexuality. And this is Jersey, the president of the board and co-founder of Ordo Luris Institute. This is Thomas, the author of Fire at the Founding.
Bullshit.
And this is Rafal. He's a lawyer and member of the Bar Association in Warsaw. So the discussion will be about promoting and protecting family values in challenging times. So the Pan-African Conference about family values. The leaders of this conversation are these men that I just mentioned. I haven't even seen a single woman, actually, even if it's white. I haven't seen any woman, but you get the point of who is having this conversation about what. This conversation is about Africans, black people. You can't make this stuff up. And these men are coming together. And to make matters worse, it's in Kenya. They're having this conversation in Africa. Yeah, this is how they push their agenda. They push their expertise and what they believe to be true. How are you coming to Africa to talk about African family values at a Pan-African conference, and you don't even represent the people? You don't even live here. So you don't even know what the issues, concerns, challenges.
Lil Mama's right. She was saying like, yo, how is these people, supporting Africa? How do they, let me tell you something. A lot of these Europeans is fucked up in America. Who are they to tell about family values? They be kidnapping and torturing their mother and father and shit like that. Are you serious? Doing schools shootings and stuff? Like, come on. And if you think I'm lying, look at what this show is called. African Diaspora News Channel. I'm not being biased. This is why a lot of Africans push back on Pan-Africanism. and I'm not making this up. This lady's from Africa. She's telling you, like, yo, why are these people talking for us? Who are they supposed to be saying anything to us?
Challenges are, what the belief system of these people are. You're just coming with your thoughts and concerns and your degrees and your company to push what you believe to be the truth or the fact or what Africans should be following. This is nonsense. We should be writing our own history. We should be talking about our own cultures and values, not this 6 men. How many were there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Not this 7 men that are going to come here and tell us about our values. Quite frankly, you don't know what an African or a black person's values are. Like, that's not your department, right? But anyways, fam, let us know down below what your thoughts are about this. I am Ungil Zalalam.
Yo, that's crazy, man. That's messed up. And the reason why it's messed up, because at the end of the day, I'm supporting Africa. I'm fighting for Africa right now. Now here comes another Democrat shield. You know, I'm gonna give me like 30 seconds. I'll be back. I gotta run and check on my. All right, I'm back, everybody. Now we gotta get into Roland Martin. These are the Democrats right now that just defends Pan Africanism. You know, and like I said, first of all, they say what you say, Shabaka. Um, but this is coming from a Democrat shield. So this is why I say a lot of your stuff sounds like it's a CIA or a operational job. You know, if it makes sense. Let's listen to what he has to say.
But I need our people to really paying attention to what's going on. You have African nations that are saying, you know what, France, we're tired of the Frank. We're tired of y'all being able to control our resources. And I really want our audience to do, and again, if you don't feel like reading, that's why we have Roland's Book Club. That's why we got the Black Table.
Shabaka, that sounds like
I
you.
went to my office, and there's another book that I grabbed.
Shabaka, that sounds like you. And this is a Democrat shield. Roland Martin got paid for Kamala. He got paid, literally paid.
And see, if I can't do these interviews, that's why we got Greg. So Greg talked to this guy right here when he did the book, The Absolutely Indispensable Man, Ralph Bunche, The United Nations, and the Fight to End Empire. This is another book right here. And Cal Rostiala, he's the author of this book. And if you want on need to read into their second phase. Their first phase was gaining freedom. Ghana was the first African nation to gain its independence. But then, of course, countries like the United States and others helped overthrow those countries. Those
Hold
countries
up. Did you hear that? What did the United States do? Listen.
Ghana was the first African nation to gain its independence. But then, of course, countries like the United States and others helped overthrow those countries. Those countries really went through a 20, 30, 40-year period of upheaval, and now they are slowly but surely, coming around. So these African nations, many of them are in their infancy when it comes to democracy compared to the United States. So we have to understand the moves that they are making in order to be independent and free. And what people don't even realize, you can easily move between European nations without visas. You cannot do that in Africa. And so these things are happening as well. But we just need to be aware of what's happening globally, because I think too many of our people, and I want to throw this out to the panel before we do go to a break. Too many of our people are living in such isolation, and too many of our people are literally thinking about what's going on in terms of Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, without realizing that the decisions that are being made in the nation's capital, decisions being made at the White House, at the Pentagon, decisions that are being made all over have global implications, and we need to understand that. And so that's one of the reasons why I keep saying to all of these Simple Simon Negroes who are trashing black immigrants, you need to shut the hell up, because an increasing percentage of the black population are black immigrants. And what I need for black...
This is why we were delineating. We already had that. What Roland Martin is talking about is all of us becoming one person. We already did that and it did not work. It just looked like black Americans was the ones doing all the crime. Roland Martin doesn't talk about that. He didn't talk about when black people were looked at as thieves and scammers and stuff like that. He never talks about that. He talks about, oh yeah, we all need to come together. And like I said, why didn't this happen in the 60s and the 70s? Why didn't this happen in the 80s and the 90s and even in the early 2000s? When black Americans was supporting Pan-Africanism, giving our money to Pan-Africanism. Even when we were broke, we didn't get nothing out of it. A lot of us can't name anything that we can't even name 3 things that came out of Pan-African. We can't. And this is why I said, Shabaka, he sounds like you. But he's a Democrat shield. This is why I ask you all the time, Shabaka, how much are they paying you? How much are they paying you? You telling me you didn't vote, but he's telling you that you should have voted. He has them Pan-African colors on. And he's a Democrat shield. This is telling you something. This is who you ally with. This is your alliance. The liberals, the Democrats, the feminist movement. This is your people. And this is why I told you, Shabaka, your Pan-Africanism isn't good for black Americans. This is why this is why Africa is pushing back on it, because you know what? You bring more than just Pan-Africanism. You bring things that Africa denounces. What we seen in the last video, the other guy was talking about the LGBTQIA community. A lot of those countries in Africa do not like that. They don't want that in their community. They don't want that in their country. We can A, respect it, or B, just leave them alone. Y'all are forcing them. Yeah, he was a pimp in Boston, but he grew out of it. He learned.
People is to have a better understanding of African Caribbean nations, and I need for those black immigrants to have a better understanding of the African American existence, because the reality is we all need each other.
No, we don't.
I'm gonna start with you, Larry, Reese, then.
No, we don't, because black Americans don't benefit off of this. We don't benefit from it. Name something that we benefit from, Shabaka, if we unite. Like, we can't name anything. It only benefits the African and Caribbean immigrants. We're already citizens in this country. They're fighting to become citizens in this country. And I get it, you know. I just tell them to do it the easy way. You could do it the easy way, or you can just marry somebody, fall in love with somebody and marry them. How much are they paying you? How much are they paying Tariq Nasheed to fight against? But they're not fighting against black unity. Shabaka, Tariq Nasheed, it has united black people. Let me tell you something. I have never seen black Americans so united in a very long time, Shabaka. And I've been on this world for 41 years. This world, this black Americans has been united, you know, and are there someone's that don't really fuck with us like the Charleston Whites? Yes. But we all of us stand on we stand on 10 toes down now. We're starting we're starting boycotts and we don't have no fucking leader. There's no leader to that shit. People are just standing on business and saying, "Yo, we can't go to these stores. They're actually affecting us. So we can't fuck with that. It's word of mouth. Like we don't need you black gatekeepers no more because you know what? Y'all failed us. The Pan-African movement failed us, and the Africans are seeing that y'all failed us. Look at who your alliance is.
Greg, and I'm going to break.
Roland, you highlighted some really important points, and I know Dr. Carson agreed with me. Is the importance of Pan-Africanism. You talk about Marcus Garvey, Nakura, and their importance of the diaspora coming together to support each other. My wife is from Jamaica. You talk about people from other parts, people of African descent from other parts of the world, and understanding the importance of our history, and also the importance of our history, and to understand that our ancestors were all just dropped off in different parts of the world, and certainly in here, the Western Hemisphere, and an example I just used. I want to make a connection, Roland, to I talk about the importance of Pan-Africanism, and we talk about the continent of Africa and its rise. The connection between you see with the current administration and them bullying African nations into giving up the rights to minerals.
Yep.
I want to repeat that again.
Come on.
Because you talked about this.
Come on.
It's a resource game. People have not been paying attention.
Donald Trump is like, y'all want some health stuff? Give me your stuff. Give me your stuff. Give me your stuff. Yep. Go ahead.
They have been.
But this is the thing. That shit ain't got nothing to do with us. That shit ain't got nothing to do with us. We don't benefit from it. That's the thing. We don't benefit from it. So why would we jump? Why would we jump into the war zone with people who don't like us? That's the thing. That's the thing with me. That's my biggest concern. We heard what Kwame said, how these Africans think about us. Kwame said that. And he's a Pan-African. And shout out to Kwame, but Kwame said what he said. But I said what Kwame was saying probably 8 and 9 months ago. I said Africans sold Africans, but at the end of the day, we can't forget about the Arabs and the white supremacists. They were all three of them were on that bullshit. And you know what? Kwame has a reason to be mad. Kwame's Jamaican. His ancestors were sold, and they were sold and put in a very bad situation because what Africans was thinking about. The British, German, English, okay, Samoan, yeah, we can't. Kwame has a reason to be mad, and I can't get mad at Kwame and say, "Yo, Kwame, you're wrong." This is historical facts what they did to his ancestors. And this is why I talk about the buck breaking in Jamaica and stuff like that, because that shit was serious in Jamaica. Nobody did. The Africans didn't give a fuck what was happening to those people in Jamaica. getting buck broke in front of their children and their wives and other people because they were the biggest and the blackest person. You know, no, don't start. I'm gonna say this, Shabaka. That's strike two. Don't start discrediting Kwame now because when Kwame was on your side, I didn't hear shit what you were saying. I didn't hear this bullshit that you're saying. Because he told the truth, you can't get mad about that. That's what happened. It's a historical fact. This is why they colonized Africa. Because they signed those treaties and they said, you know what? Why are we paying these people and we could just take over this country and break it up?
Forcing African nations to sign MOUs to make sure the United States can have access to vital resources. And this goes back to colonization in terms of what we talked about, the Congo and all these other countries that, had diamonds and South Africa. We could keep going on and on. Not only in terms of the population growth in African nations, but also the vast amount of resources that you can only find in certain countries, whether you talk about smartphones or laptops or whatever else you want to talk about. That is the economic game you see this administration playing in terms of, once again, bullying these countries, some of them small, but with enormous resources, signing over a certain percentage of the rights to those minerals to make sure the United States benefits from that economically. But we, as people of African descent who live in this country, in terms of the diaspora in general, we have to be paying attention to that because besides this show, Roland, no one else has been talking about that, and I've been watching it very carefully over the last couple of months. But we have to be careful once again. We can't get into these diaspora wars because we got.
That would have been cool probably 30 years ago. That would have been cool 30 years ago, but at the end of the day, what's going on in Africa, I don't care. And the reason why I don't care because at the end of the day, they're the ones that put themselves in that situation. When the real African leaders was coming over there, they were supposed to. The job of the African country was supposed to protect their leaders. Protect their fucking leaders. There's no way in hell that Patrice Lumumba should have been dipped in acid and he has no remains. He has no gravestone. He has no gravestone because his own people sold him out. His own people sold him out. And I'm not saying all Congolese people done that, but a lot of those Congolese should have went to war for him. That's the difference between our culture and African culture. A lot of these African cultures wouldn't be mad. They'll be sad about it. No. Look what happened when Martin Luther King died. They were burning down fucking cities. This is why they had to have a black person kill Malcolm X. Because if a white person would have killed Malcolm X, they would have had to call the military in. No ands and buts about it. They would have to call the military in. But we can't fight for nobody who don't fight for themselves. And this is why I don't like Democrats, because they try to put us in wars that has nothing to do with us. Those days is over.
Again, the idea of Pan-Africanism and the importance of that in terms of us working together collectively, in terms of what Garvey and many others talked about, in terms of making sure that people of African descent have the resources we need to make sure we can live, not simply live, but to thrive.
Somebody in the chat, Reese, said, Roland, tell North Sudanese Arabs to stop killing South Sudanese. I keep telling y'all, if y'all pay any attention, if you go back to the Berlin Conference, y'all, these
It's everybody's fault but theirs. It's everybody's fault except theirs. We already knew about the Berlin Conference, but at the end of the day, They should find a way to have some type of unity, some type of peace. It's not our responsibility to make them peace. Like I said, I ain't no fucking humanitarian. I can only put out the message. If you don't take the message, what you want me to do? How many times I have said like, yo, Africa needs to have unity within. They don't need black Americans over there. They need to have unity within their own people. How many times I said that? All of a sudden, this hamburger eating motherfucker says it. Now everybody believes him. I've been saying that. I've been saying, yo, Africa needs to stop this tribalism problem. They have a tribalism problem. And let me repeat it. Africa needs to stop this tribalistic situation. They have a tribalism problem. They have a tribalism problem. All they have to do is work together. They don't have to like each other. They don't have to fight each other or deal with each other. But when it comes to unity and when some bullshit happens, they need to be together. They need to be together. I'm just being personally honest. No, this is the thing, Beat Active. Those days is over. We try to be brothers and sisters. Y'all gave us your ass to kiss. So you know what? I'm good. I'm good. When I was like, oh, yo, those are my brothers. Those are my brothers. Y'all said we weren't brothers. Yeah, that y'all told us we're not African enough. We're not African at all. Y'all are more African than me. You know where y'all came from. That's what y'all said to us. Your people be active. Y'all said we don't got no fucking culture. I'm good. All that kumbaya shit is out the window. Be active. Handle your own shit. That's your problem. Y'all don't want to hit. Y'all don't want to take. Y'all don't want to do shit y'all own. So y'all got to stop that shit. And that's where That's where I have a problem with y'all.
Existing borders that you see in Africa didn't exist. That was a creation of folks sitting around chopping up the continent in order.
We already did that. We see this, everybody. Remember, I did the Berlin conference, on the Reaper Nation show, and we did the topic Berlin conference. They're late for the party. These people, yes, they do got a tribalism problem, Shabaka. This is why Africa can't get along. If Africa would have got along, they don't need black Americans. If all of y'all could get along, y'all don't need black Americans. There's 2.5 of y'all, 2.5 billion of y'all. Why do you need 50 million black Americans? Y'all can handle that shit yourselves. That's the issue.
To strip the continent. And so the reason you're seeing the fights today, because that stuff literally goes back to the Berlin conference.
Late for the party.
In all of these different factions and fighting. More of us have got to be reading and studying. Risa, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, I think that there is a disconnect and there is a wedge that has been not just fostered, but really cultivated through disinformation, through campaigns targeting the Black community to drive a wedge between Black Americans, ADOS, FBA, B1, Freeman, so on and so forth, all the acronyms, and with immigrants and Black immigrants. Because when you look at the census and you look at Black...
So you see how y'all heard the aggressive tone when they talk about us, the Black Americans, the foundational Black Americans, whatever you want to call ourselves? They had an aggressive, passive aggressive attitude with us. But when they talked about immigrants, it was just, oh, no, Bo, I'll show you again. Watch. This is why I say, yo, we can't deal with these type of people. The Pan-Africans, these Democrats, you can't deal with them. Watch this.
But really cultivated through disinformation, through campaigns targeting the Black community to drive a wedge between Black Americans, ADOS, FBA, B1, Freemen, and so on and so forth, all the acronyms, and with immigrants.
See that? You see the passive aggressiveness? Watch.
On Freemen, and so on and so forth, all the acronyms.
Watch this.
And with immigrants and Black immigrants, because
you see the difference in the tone? You see the difference in the tone? This is the Roland Martin type of people. Then if I call it out, I'm being emotional. These people are not our friends. They're not our brothers. They're not our sisters. They're not our allies. These motherfuckers just want to benefit for free. These are freeloaders. Roland Martin is a fucking freeloader that gets paid. This lady is a freeloader that gets paid. All of those are freeloaders. What you want me to say?
When you look at the census and you look at the Black immigrants are helping us have Blacker numbers, right? And when you look at what this administration has done in terms of their mass deportation now, in terms of their trying to withdraw TPS from particularly Black countries, with their 100% white refugee admission of the white South Afrikaners, the white trash of South Africa.
What about the white Hispanics and the Latinos? They classify as white people as well too. Be active classify as a white man. Right? Be active. Don't you identify as a white man? This lady forgets to say that. Fat Joe considers himself as a white person. He identifies as white, a white Hispanic. This is why I always say a lot of y'all are not Black, Afro, Latinos, or indigenous Latinos. Y'all are white Hispanics.
And zero Black people, despite all of these conflicts around the world, we see where that lack of unity is really harming Black Americans. The birthright citizenship argument in front of the Supreme Court that Donald Trump is on. All of these things have been used.
That doesn't hurt us. Why does birthright citizenship hurts us? That shit don't even make no fucking sense.
Used in terms of immigration have been used as a pretext to come after Black people. We saw it.
Be active. That's your opinion. You can't tell a Black American what they are. That's your problem. Be active. You trying to tell people what they are, and you're not. You don't even know what you are. You everything except yourself. Oh, but you can be mixed, but I can't be an admixture. You see the biasness of how Be Active talks. Look at this. This is what he says. Bronze. FBAs are not Black Americans. FBAs are not Africans. FBAs are just European coon pets. There is 45 million African Americans and they are not FBAs, aka the European coon pets. Then after that, I said, be active. You're everything except you're everything except your own who you want to be. Then he got mad because I call him a white Hispanic, and this is what he says. I'm not white. I'm a mixed race person. You see the biasness of him? You know what? Be active. Since you pass out misinformation and you try to lie, it aggravates me. I hate when you lie, man. I have a bad taste in my mouth when you lie. This is what we're gonna do, all right? I'm gonna sit you down for a little bit, all right? 30 minutes. I have to sit you down, be active, man. It's becoming a point where you do. I think you do think you're white, man. You telling Black Americans what they are is, or foundational Black Americans what they are. You don't. You who the fuck are you? That's the thing. Who the fuck are you? You have the audacity, and you came here on a fucking banana boat. Now you washing it. You washing your whole body in a fucking tub, while you used to wash your body in your own country in a river with fucking was it Snake River water, nigga? Like, come on. Like, come on, man. You can't do that.
In Chicago, one of the first things that they did was they sent military aircraft to a building in Chicago on the south side of Chicago, since we're talking about Chicago today, and had military personnel, essentially, had government agents rappelling down the side of the building, trashing an entire apartment building that was already under slumlord conditions, pulling all of the residents out, separating Black and immigrants from each other. We saw story after story of Black people who are Americans.
They had to separate us because you know why? Because they were attacking Black Americans. This is why a lot of Black people was going up to them city halls and saying, like, why are you bringing these crazy people over here? Like, why are you doing that? Remember Colorado? Motherfuckers is running up onto Black communities with rifles, trying to rob Black people, starting gang wars. Starting gang wars in Chicago? Are we not going to talk about that? And it was because of the Biden administration? And let alone, don't forget, Obama kicked a lot of immigrants out this country. That's what he was notorious of doing. Like, we can't act like that didn't happen. Like, we can't act like that didn't happen. So Trump, and I'm gonna say the way how he's doing it is kind of fucked up. You're not even giving a person a real way of trying to stay in this country. I get that. I get that. But sometimes this is what the cards are dealt to you. There's other ways of just trying to do something. Marry somebody. You can't have a baby by no way. You can't sell that pussy and have a American baby anymore. That shit's out the window. But marry somebody. Sign that prenup and marry somebody. You can do that. But y'all don't want to do it.
Who were being thrown into the back of U-Haul trucks and taken to facilities where they were detaining immigrants. So to the extent that we allowed this immigrant versus Black American diaspora war type of attitude to permeate our culture, that's the same extent that we are undermining our political viability and our political capital. Because when these cops, when these ICE, when these lawless militias are going around like paddle rollers, as Dr. Carr would say, they not worried about, I think that they might be Haitian and Congolese, or, that's just good old-fashioned Louisiana Black. They not thinking like that. They just see a Black face and they think that you're not American and they treat you as such.
Grant?
That's right. Reese's right. John Clark used to say that, and Larry, it sounded like you challenged John Clark when you said the boat just dropped us off different places. He said the most racist, the most Pan-Africanist person in the United States is a New York City cab driver. He can't tell whether you from Haiti or whether you from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. He not gonna pick your ass up because you Black. So the whole point is that solidarity is already in place. And Africa has problems. Again, the Black Star Network, how fortuitous is that, brother? You in Ghana, you in Liberia. To name this the Black Star Network, what an expression of Pan-Africanism as we see the Black Stars of Ghana winning their initial World Cup match. And by the way, Congo tied Portugal, and all the people are like, oh my God, no, that's that juju, baby.
See, they're talking about soccer right now. I don't think what's going on in that country, they don't give a fuck about that. They care about their freedom. And this is one thing, and this is why I always tell you I support Africa. I'm just not gonna help. Cause this is a who these people ally themselves with. Y'all ally yourself with Pan Africans. This is who's on your team. They care about if you win soccer games and shit. I'm being personally honest. The gravy train stopped running in America for a lot of these Pan Africans. This is why they're trying to move into your country. I gotta be personally honest. That's what I see. They can't get money, they'll get resources. Why you think? Well, let me ask you a question. Why you think? What's his name? Dr. Umar never went back to went back to Ghana yet because they called him out on his bullshit he was doing in Ghana.
And they're gonna beat the next team anyway. But in this moment, you mentioned visas. The African Union has put something forward, a policy plan called, I think it's Africa 2063. So far, here are the countries you can go from one African country to another, and you don't need a visa to get in. Seychelles has been doing it for a very long time. The Gambia, you don't need a visa. Benin, you don't need a visa. Rwanda, you don't need a visa. Ghana, you don't need a visa as of January 2025. Kenya joined that list in July 2025. Togo joined that list last month, and the Republic of Congo, not the DRC, the center, but the one on the Atlantic. My station advisor, Theophilo Benga, is from there. They announced they're going for January 2027. This is scaring the living hell out of these white supremacists.
Ain't nobody going to fucking Africa to stay. You crazy? There's nothing really popping in West Africa like that. I'm just being personally honest. There's nothing really popping in West Africa. Shout out to West Africa, the shit that they are doing, but there's nothing really popping off in Africa. So what these people are doing, that I know they're trying to big up Africa and stuff like that and try to discredit Black America. This is why we should be. I'm gonna say this to Africa. This is why you should be careful. Some of these people are Black American, but their loyalty is not towards their community. So if they discredit their own community like that, what you think they're gonna do to you Africans? And this is coming from a person who's a foundational Black American. What you think they're gonna do to y'all once they get to your community or get to your country? You know? This is why I asked Shabaka, and this is how look at this. Do you see how fast Shabaka turned on his own brother, Kwame? And Kwame never turned on Shabaka. Never turned on Shabaka. Shabaka sold Kwame out. He sold Kwame out. He didn't call him a liar. He said, yo, Kwame is no fucking leader. He said he's no fucking leader. Kwame don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Kwame's misinformed. This is why I tell the Caribbeans, yo, be careful with these Pan-Africans. Be careful with these Pan-Africans. Their loyalty is not to you and your country, Caribbeans. Their loyalty is to Africa. If that, they might sell the Africans out. This is why we say skinfo ain't kinfo.
White nationalists. Now, the big Congo, as you say, with the Ebola outbreak, thanks to little Marco and everybody stripping all this money out, Trump and these Project 2025 boys, the Democratic Republic of Congo is now trying to figure out how to keep their hands on more of the coltan that these Europeans and including the Israelis and everybody else down there trying to steal, and it is sending shockwaves through the continent. Again, you're right, Roland. Nobody, and Larry said this, nobody is talking about this in the way we're talking about it. To the descendants of slaves, now is not the time. That mentality is tired, it's dead. And when you know the history of our people, like you said, that Ralph Bunche book, Ralph Bunche spent his 20s and 30s talking about decolonization. When the UN was formed, he became the most, as Kyle Rastial says, the most indispensable man. But when he went to Congo, Patrice Lumumba said, nah, I don't know, because I know you want to help us, but you're the Negro, and I know you don't have the power. And it's breaking Ralph Bunche's heart. They gave him a Nobel Peace Prize for basically helping Israel establish its criminal enterprise, and you get caught up in it. The move now is not to get caught up in the United States. The move now is to expand outward. And, you know, we were going to interview, lining up the interview now. I talked to them a couple of days ago, Roland. Zizwe Poe, who's at Lincoln University, where Kwame Nkrumah and Nnamdi Azikiwe went to school, and Nkiti Taifa, who is one of the founders of in Cobra. They're having their conference here at the end of the month because they are in Accra right now. But I tell you what, I'm gonna pass the information on to you so they can talk to you at RMU and give a report to all of us based on what happened in Accra, so that, you know, because we got people over there right now. It's a bunch of our people over there right now who coming back, and I'll make sure that, you know, you can interview them, and then we'll do something else.
Yeah, like I said, I really wanted to be there to cover the conference, but you know, like I say, you know, look, I was going to bring Cruz, and I said, listen, I need to know
Cruz is a Puerto
what's gonna be
Rican.
the setup. Will we be able to lock down interviews? I'm not going there just to observe. I'm saying we had to cover it. Last thing here, I just want y'all to understand when we mentioned what we call the scattering of Africa, the Berlin Conference. This is right here. Look, this is 1880, what the continent actually looked like. On the right is what it looked like when they got done with it. How they carved up and created all of these different nations. You did not have, see, it's too many of us walking around not, listen, y'all, if y'all grown, that bullshitting from what you learn in school ain't nothing. Elementary school, junior high, high school, college, you could throw most of that away. I'm telling y'all, if you want to understand what is happening with geopolitics, what's happening in the world today, then you have to go outside of your comfort zone, and you gotta read. And listen, you may not have as many books as Greg got behind him, and trust me, if I was at my house right now, you would see the 10 bookcases I got at my crib. I got books all over the place. But y'all, I'm telling you right now, we're using this show to try to walk you through and to educate you and to get you to understand what is going on, because the public policy things that we break down are not about the next election. It's literally the next 20, 30, 40 years. All right, folks, let me tell you about Chapter. Now, if you're on Medicare or about to be, the system is not set up to work for you. Too much fine print, too many plans, and too many people making money off of your confusion.
That's the thing, man. You see this, man, the biasness. Like, I need the family to be careful. And I'm just not talking about foundational Black Americans. I'm talking about even Africans. You know, be careful. Because not all these Pan-Africans are your brothers, and I see why you reject them. You know, I see why you reject the whole situation. What's going on, Bomb's Legacy? Hey, Bomb's Legacy. I mean, Imperio. Did you see your boy Kwame? Did you see your boy Kwame?
The diaspora, where I'm saying that there was never a unification of the diaspora, right? Pan-Africanism was an idea that was really being pushed along by Black Americans. So many Black Americans have been standing on the front line of Pan-Africans over the generations. A person like me comes out of Pan-Africanism because in our communities, we was raised to love Black people globally. When you came from other places,
Thank you. I just said that. And I think, I don't know who said it. I think it was Dorsey. Dorsey said that only people who support Pan-Africanism is Black Americans or foundational Black Americans.
opened up our arms and we brought you in and we ingratiated you into the culture. So much so that when we talk about hip hop, right, you got a lot of Jamaicans and Belizeans and so many of our brothers and sisters from the Caribbean that came in that helped innovate and add on to a culture
Contribute.
that already existed in America, which is hip hop, right? But then these groups turn around, 40, 50 years later and say that we don't have a culture. They start talking down on us. It's not like the people of our grandparents and great-grandparents' generation, where even during those times, they had issues because A. Philip Randolph, who is the father of the black middle class, who helped create the middle class with the Pullman Porters, he was a restrictionist. He spoke on the West Indian coming here and having a different mentality than the foundational black American. It's not me making it up, right? But you have a lot of Africans that's in their continent that talks about their generations. And they talking like this.
Africans, we lie a lot as if we know where we're from. Most of us can't tell you 2 generations past where we are from. And I've had the privilege of traveling in Africa a lot as well. And my identity...
My man, and this is why I say, you know what? Shout out to these Africans actually really telling the truth. Because once you start telling the truth, you could start figuring out how to solve the problem. You know, when has that Pan-African nonsense? Hey, Imperio, if you stay on the rest of the show, I will show you a video that you probably didn't see yet. Shabaka's in an outrage right now. He turned on his Pan-African brother. Shabaka turned on his Pan-African brother and sold him down the river. And and I'll show you how these Pan-Africans really are. But let me finish getting through this. I'm almost done.
Is ubiquitous, right? It's nobody could tell where I'm from by looking at me. When I'm in Nigeria, they think I'm Igbo. I could go to Ghana, they think I'm Ghanaian. The average Gambian may look at me and look at us and say, you don't look Gambian. I'm just African. So, and part of the book is there's a chapter I talk about life as a hyphen where I'm African. I think I'm from the western part of Africa. That's what I identify the strongest with, is my identity as an African, but I have a Gambian cultural background and heritage.
Now, today, Bishop George, Street Media TV, is going to checkmate the game. Because coming out of the Pan-Africanism, and now we're in a generation where we found out that nobody's practicing that but us. But everybody's trying to take our culture and say that we don't have one, while at the same time keeping their culture, but not allowing us into their culture. Now, when it comes to Pan-Africanism, the term Ma'afa, that was created by Marimba Ani. We created that, the Ma'afa, to describe the African Holocaust. We have people like Malefe Asante here at Temple University, right here at my school, right? Malaga Karenga, who created Kwanzaa. Dr. John Henry Clark, who created the African studies in the universities in the 60s. Asa Hilliard, right? Marimba Ani, Chancellor Williams, the destruction of black civilization. We were the ones pushing the line, right? We watched our grandparents, and those were the ones pushing the line. And now we're saying enough is enough because we found out that those people had no respect for our grandparents.
You sold revenue down the river. And that's fucked up, Shabaka. You sold them down the river, man. That's fucked up. I'm going to say it again. Because that's not cool what you did. Then you discredit for all the shit that he has done for the Pan-African community. He told people about the middle class Pan-African community in Jamaica, Queens. He uplift the Pan-African influence and inspiration. And what you did sold this motherfucker down this river. It's fucked up.
And the way that we were trying to push the line. We saw the elder, James Smalls, call out the Africans, right? So now when we're doing it and we're trying to name ourselves, that don't mean that we hate Africans. But I just showed you where that African said that they lie a lot. And they try to hold us to a standard that they don't hold themselves to. Yep. So now we're holding them accountable and we're calling it out. But it seems like we can be held accountable, right? We can be held accountable, but nobody can hold the African accountable. They're infallible. No. And in this video, I'm proving my point. Check this out.
You know, my husband studied in the US, and I always was like very critical of African Americans. Then I would say, oh, okay, yeah, I know. They're famous for basketball and music. What else? And my husband would say, start researching pre-colonial Africa and see who's writing. It's not Africans, it's them. So give them the dignity and the respect that they deserve, because while you live on this continent, you have done very minimally to research this continent before colonization. And when I had to do
There
that
you
for my
go.
PhD and the first book that I've written, I shocked myself because most of
Thank you. You know, and like she fucked up. She spoke out of term, and there's nothing wrong with that as long as you fix it. You know, shout out to her husband, and shout out to her because she could. Let me tell you something. I feel better with an African who tell the truth. Say, yo, I fucked up and out misspoke. I spoke out of term and really didn't understand what was going on and how Black Americans actually maneuver through America. You know, so shout out to her because she caught herself. My father's is a and I had kids white.
So I then
Shout
I
out to
was ignorant.
Imperial.
I amend myself. I am now self-critiquing and snapping out of it. They are not only good for basketball and music and art. When African Americans are truly Afrocentric, even the term Afrocentrism, they came with it. They are the ones who've cautioned us and said Pan-Africanism is this, guys, but Afrocentrism is this. You need to posit everything you're doing. If it's psychology, it's okay. We know the university could have been UCT, it could have been Oxford. They trained you the Western way. But as an African, go now and develop African psychology. Go and read Africa pre-colonially, how the relations were. Come with it down all the way. From that, you'll be able to craft what you call African psychology. So they're saying to all of our things, let's do that. So yes, I say to people, I love Africanism, but I've gone beyond that. I'm Afrocentric. Everything for me is about Africa and being an African.
And see, you have Africans that come here to America and they come around foundational Black Americans and they start learning the truth. They start finding out that we know more about their story than they know about themselves, right? And the ones that could see, because she self-admitted said she only understood basketball and music. She didn't know our contributions. She didn't know that we were studying Africa because we was told to study Africa. Everything that foundational Black Americans did, whether it was from education, to inventions, to music, to dance, to sports, we excelled in. We excelled in better than everybody. They left Africa and came here amongst us, and we taught them. They came to our curriculums and then took it back home. But yet and still say that we don't have a culture. So her husband had to check her and let her know, wait, whoa, slow your roll. Foundational Black Americans ain't no joke, man. Foundational Black Americans know this history. And they breaking it down. Even though they've been ripped of a thorough knowledge of self, they still know who we are. They're naming and claiming themselves. So now, once we found out that these groups wasn't honoring that, we separate ourselves and we start self-identifying ourselves. But I told you guys in my yesterday live stream that this thing started from within, because some of the biggest traitors to foundational Black Americans were other foundational Black Americans. The bourgeoisie class, that talented 10th class, those educated Black folks up in the Boston, Connecticut area during the 1800s. Those that thought that had close proximity to the W man and the W woman. And they seen things through their lens. Well, let's take a trip down memory lane and let's look at the real big mamas. Let's look at these big mamas in the conversation that they was having. And you'll see the bourgeoisie raccoon class.
And this is what we have to do. You have to save children in order to save the race.
I want to say something that some of you may disagree with, and that is, I don't think you can just work for Black children. I think that the minute you start working on the problems of the Black child, you find that you have to be concerned about all children, don't you? I mean, if you're working on drugs...
Well, don't ask me that. I will never refuse any human being to come in there, but I'm concerned about mine, because you can't go, you know, up in the Bronx when you haven't even cleaned up. I can't clean up. If I can't clean up my house, in other words, how the hell am I going to clean up yours? I got to clean up mine first. What this sister say? Then clean up yours.
I don't think that we can work just on our own problems unless we are concerned about the total society. And as a matter of fact, unless we go across the river too, and we're concerned about a lot of things happening in the world. This is a very small planet, and we feel the impact of these forces. I don't think that we can concentrate just on what you call the black nation, so long as we exist in America, which is a sick society. Don't
Ms.
you think we have
Fairfax?
to work on
No, I don't. You know, I
well,
really.
I just
no,
wanted
I
to define this
understand.
as a difference of
I
opinion
appreciate
among
everything you're saying, but quite often when people do not understand, they cannot relate. And I don't really think you understand what's going on in black communities. I think you're very comfortable. I mean, I please.
Go ahead.
I think you're very comfortable sitting in your office and trying to be very community-oriented from your desk and in your plush, air-conditioned place.
It's not very
No, but you have to get, I would like to see your office moved to a rat-infested apartment.
If I live in one of them roach-infested apartment
yeah, we've all known what it is.
No, but I live there right now. I mean, I live there right now.
But my point is,
Yeah, you got to call out the bourgeois, man. I think that's very important. She called out the bourgeois, saying like, "Yo, you're not even a part of the fucking community. You know, you on the Upper East Side, baby. What are you doing talking about the lower mounds? You know, come on, don't do that."
you have to understand how the system operates in order to take it over and to make it more responsive to
Ms.
you.
Fairfax,
Now there are
I
ways
know how it
of, and I think there are ways of turning programs around. I think
know
all of
how
you
it
were
works,
involved
Ms.
in them.
Fairfax, you
Take
know.
a walk.
Really?
Pardon?
Take a ride. I mean, really through Harlem. Even if you live there, go at 114th Street and 8th Avenue, then curve all up through there. You'll see how the system works.
Indeed.
You will see how the system works. And when we see, professional people of our own race starts to work with that system, then we know, where it's coming from.
Shabaka.
And a lot of us black people have to begin to.
Shabaka, yeah, you got to be careful. Hey, Africa, got to be careful. Shabaka is another person. Shabaka's living in Virginia with a nurse, eating good. That nigga ain't eating no fucking monkey knuckles or anything like that. He ain't starving out here. So if this nigga's trying to tell you about your country, you tell him to shut the fuck up, because at the end of the day, you don't live there. He lives in Virginia, in the upper side, the nice side of Virginia, on his benefits. Shabaka ain't out here struggling. I don't even think Shabaka knows what struggling is. He been selling niggas out for the last 50 years. The fuck?
Learn that we are black, and that man will always look at us just as that. Regardless of how much he might eat with us and pat us on our back, he still look at us for just what we are.
Shout out to those big mamas, man. The one at the end almost brought tears to my eyes because she really broke that down and explained. And she got that woman, she set that bourgeois woman straight. And those are the traitors of the black community, and they still exist today. She talking about she's assaulting their intelligence, trying to tell them that they don't know how the system works. And the woman turned around and told her, "No, hold on, slow down. It's you that get in that system and start to think and move the way the W man conditions you to move." They told you in the King Leopold's letter, we must keep their women in 9 months of submission to work freely for us. We must keep their women in 9 months of submission to work freely for us. That's psychologically conditioning to make you be solely dependent upon them. Right? So now when you come around your people, you come around your people with the mindset that they don't understand how the system works. And the woman said, no, the longer you are around them, you start forgetting your people, and you start to talk and think like them and tell them, no, we know how the system works. She said, just go down to 110th Street, 112th Street, right? And this country has went out of their way to always make sure to let us know that we are black. He's been pushing us out.
I'm gonna land right there with that. One thing that actually I thought it was super dope. He said America went out their way to let Black Americans know that they were black. But I'm gonna add on to what he said. It's not only America; it's these immigrants as well. They let us know that we were black and we were not like them. They have been telling us that for the last 40 years. The Latinos, the Africans, the Caribbeans. They went out of their way to tell us that. So as what I did, I didn't get mad. I just, okay, cool. I'm Black American. Now, when these people are coming around here saying they black because they're in a situation, a tight situation, I say, no, you're not. You're a white Hispanic. This is why I started calling people white Hispanics. And I apologize to a lot of people for calling them black when they weren't black.
Matters to us all today. Let's dive into the origins and the hope that Pan-Africanism brings to this generation. How the need for
we're watching this because we're gonna watch the rise again of Pan-Africanism. But we're gonna break this down and see who this video supports.
Pan-Africanism arose. Africa's journey toward unity begins in its history of colonial oppression. In the 19th century, European powers divided the continent in what became known as the Scramble for Africa, claiming territories, exploiting resources, and forcing African societies into systems designed to serve foreign interests. Colonizers placed artificial borders across communities that had previously shared languages, traditions, and trade. This division and exploitation robbed Africans of their resources and their independence. As African nations were reduced to mere resource suppliers for Europe, an urgent question arose: how could Africa reclaim its autonomy and identity? As the brutality of colonialism became increasingly unbearable, African and diaspora leaders began to envision a future in which African nations and people were no longer at the mercy of outside forces. The need for Pan-Africanism became a powerful answer to the desire for unity, self-determination, and resistance against oppression. Leaders realized that to reclaim their sovereignty, Africa needed to overcome divisions and foster solidarity across ethnic, national, and cultural lines. This vision wasn't just about individual freedom. It was about building a collective strength. The role of the African diaspora in shaping Pan-Africanism. The movement's beginnings were also shaped by the experiences of African descendant communities outside of Africa. Many of the earliest Pan-African thinkers were from the Caribbean and the United States, where black communities faced systemic racism and oppression. Intellectuals like W.E.B. Du Bois and Marcus Garvey, although separated by an ocean, felt a profound connection to the African continent and understood the necessity for black people everywhere to unite in the face of shared struggles. Key figures of Pan-Africanism. The Pan-African movement is filled with influential leaders whose visions, courage, and actions paved the way for unity and independence. Let's explore some of these key figures. W.E.B. Du Bois. An intellectual force in the African American community, Du Bois is considered one of the founders of Pan-Africanism. He helped organize the first Pan-African Congress in 1900, a gathering that called for an end to colonialism and the liberation of African people. Du Bois believed that the liberation of Africa was essential to the empowerment of black people worldwide and argued for unity as a means of achieving social, economic, and political power. Marcus Garvey. A charismatic Jamaican activist and visionary, Garvey promoted a powerful message of black pride and economic self-sufficiency. He founded the Universal Negro Improvement Association UNIA and famously advocated for the Back to Africa movement, urging descendants of enslaved Africans to reconnect with their roots and even return to Africa. Garvey's vision of a united, self-reliant Africa inspired generations to embrace their heritage.
I want to say this. What he's saying is kind of correct. It was kind of correct, but then after that, you're missing pieces. The reason why a lot of people push back from the Marcus Garvey was, we're not going to watch this. The reason why a lot of people push back from the Marcus Garvey, and I'll just dumb it down. The reason why a lot of people push back from the Marcus Garvey, because Marcus Garvey was doing side deals. He was doing side deals with the white supremacists. You know, I talk about this all the time. We did shows on this, but that's Marcus. That's old Garvey. That's the Garveyites. And don't beat me up, Dorsey. You know, because I'm talking about your leader, the Garvey Knight. But we're gonna watch Dean Calloway. I personally like his content because it's funny, and I like to see how people react. but we probably watched this already, but we're going to watch half of this.
So Dame Calloway, I want to ask you, Dame, you talked about the reverse of us, of Africans. I would like to hear more about that. You said that we didn't come over here on slave ships, but it was indeed the reverse of it. You know?
Okay.
Meaning
what was the question?
We was taken to Africa.
Sierra Leone, Liberia.
I don't know. I'm just asking you. What do you mean by that? The reverse of it.
American Colonization Society sent out about 13,000 people over to West Africa.
From here?
From here. Mm-hmm.
Were they native?
It is called American Colonization Society.
Right. Was they Indians? Was they what? Who were they?
I mean, it depends on what you want to call it. I mean, keep in mind it was so-called black and so-called white people that were going over there. But it was only 13,000 of them. It wasn't a lot of them. And that's if they agreed. The majority of the people that went were priests and pastors.
Right. And so like when we like Kane that came out of South Carolina, he had Cherokee lineage. He was with
that Top Cat?
He went over through the you also had Curtis Austin, who went over as a Cherokee. He helped create the vowel syllabary language over there. So yeah, it was Indians who were going over there. They were recruiting in Indian areas, Arkansas, things of this nature. Yeah, the Mississippi, you had Choctaws go there from Mississippi. They built Mississippi in Liberia. So yeah, it was Indians that were going over.
So Dame, you don't agree with the transatlantic slave trade, like transatlantic came over?
The transatlantic slave trade happened, but it didn't happen the way that we were told. That's why I told you it happened in reverse. I have a book out on this too. It was told in reverse. It's out right now.
I agree with Apostle.
So Dan Calloway, you believe?
Damn, Reggie, you just gonna talk over me?
Let me ask this question.
Go ahead, Reggie.
No, because you just put me in the background. I have another question.
Go ahead, Reggie.
So Dan Calloway, you do believe that 90%. You believe that 98% of African Americans are in fact Native Americans, and they are owed millions of dollars. You do. That is what you believe, right?
It's not about what I believe. Hello? It's about what I could actually prove.
Oh shit.
Okay. All right.
Oh
so
shit.
Now the 2%.
You see how he didn't ask him how can you prove it? Reggie's slick. You gotta watch Reggie. I like Reggie too. Reggie's funny, but I'll be back, everybody.
Are Africans who came over on the slave trade with that analysis, right? So you believe that only 2% came over on the that you can prove. I'm just having a conversation.
You assuming you didn't know what the other 2% was about. You didn't know what the other 2% was about, but I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what I'm about to tell you. I'm talking about our. One second, I'm talking about our people that were already here. We didn't come off of no slave ships. We were already here. I'm referring to those people, not the ones that mix with foreigners, whether if it be Central or South America or Africa and Europe. I'm not referring to none of those people. I'm talking about the indigenous people of this landmass. And by the way, that article was done in 2015, 2016. So I have put out more information than just that.
It's up. Okay, no. So now we do know from the Marshall Trilogy that Native Americans, right? Or that.
I'm not referring to Native Americans. That's where you're making a mistake.
Because
you making a mistake right there. I'm not referring to Native Americans.
So you're not. No, I'm asking.
No, let me explain. Hold up a second. Let me explain. There's a difference.
That Native Americans, right? Or that.
I'm not referring to Native Americans. That's where you're making a mistake.
Because
you making a mistake right there. I'm not referring to Native Americans.
So you're not. No, I'm asking.
No, let me explain. Hold up a second. Let me explain. There's a difference between American Indians and Native Americans. Native Americans have nothing to do with being indigenous to this landmass. Have you ever heard of the political party called the Know Nothings? It's the third largest political party during the time period of the Federalists and the Whigs.
I can't talk to it right now.
It's the third largest political party during the time period of the Federalists and the Whigs.
Yeah, that's gonna fuck. Reggie, I'm gonna say this. Reggie is a reasonable guy when it comes to certain things. He's good with asking questions. But when a question is asked to him, does he know? Does he know this? Does he does that? He can't really answer that question, especially on topics like this. I personally wish Reggie would have stayed out of this type of conversation, especially the FBA conversations. And the reason why, because you could tell Reggie 3 or 4 times the answer, he'll still keep on asking the same answer in like 3 or 4 different types of ways. I don't like people like that. It's kind of like it's misleading. Reggie does that a lot, but shout out to Reggie though.
It was called the Native American Party. That's where that term came from. And that was nothing but people that were of Protestant religious belief that wanted to go against the Catholics at that time while trying to come over here. Keep in mind, the white people were leaving from enslavement. They were running from enslavement, aka transportation. You ever heard of the Bloody Code? The Bloody Code, UK. You ever heard of that? Oh, I mean,
Shabak, I'm gonna ask you a question. Where is your tribe? What is your tribe? Africans have tribes. What is your tribe? You know, you always asking questions. Where's your tribe? Who's your people? Who is your tribe? You're a Pan-African. You called yourself an African. What is your tribe? You ask that a lot. What is your tribe?
I'm not trying to go over your head with this information, but you gotta understand what happened with their people first in order to understand what happened with our people.
No, I am.
Told you. Watch.
Okay, so
I'll say this. If Reggie works on like his execution, Reggie will be fucking a weapon. I'm gonna be personally honest because Reggie asks great questions. Even though he asks it sometimes he asks the question 3 or 4 times, but Reggie asks great questions. I have seen him and I have studied his skill of debating, and Reggie's a good debater. It's just Dane Calloway is on another category. If not echelon, not no level, but just a category. You know, you're not fucking evil. If you're a Black American, you can't be evil. This is a lion again. That's strike 3. I think I should put you in timeout for at least 5 minutes, Shabaka.
More interested in our people. So so what I'm trying to ask you is that what I'm trying to ask is, okay, so the Native Americans is different than the American
Nigga said
Indians.
Igbo.
The Native
This nigga
Americans you
crazy.
say was already here, right?
This nigga said
Incorrect. That's
Igbo.
not what I said.
Weren't,
That's not what I said.
anything, right?
That is not what I said.
Okay, so what?
This nigga
okay,
really
so
said Igbo.
the Native
Bugging.
Americans, the American Indians are our people. So you say, right?
We don't know.
Yes.
You gotta do your genealogy.
No. Hold up. What you gotta understand? What's this brother's name? What's your name?
This nigga said Igbo.
What's your name?
My name is Brother Reggie.
Reggie, it sounds like to me you only, you're not listening to what I just told you. You're listening to what you want to hear. What I'm trying to explain to you
I'm asking
is that
you questions.
I'm about to, I understand, and I'm answering. Hold up a second. I'm answering. Wait a minute.
Hold on. Told you got him. What?
Hold on, Reggie. One second. I'm explaining to you that there's a difference between the two. I also told you who the Native Americans are. You understand what I'm saying? But I already told you who the American Indians are with proof. And it's a few things that I mentioned that you're unfamiliar with. So if you don't like
Told
the way
you.
I answered your question, that's not my problem.
Relax and take notes.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I'm listening. I'm just asking you some questions. So there's a difference between
look at Sarnetta. Sarnetta's like, yo, this ain't going too good. He thought Reggie was gonna kill Dan Calloway. And sometimes you expect the unexpected when you mess with Dane Calloway. Him, Tariq Nasheed, who else? Ron Bias, even Ant CEO, and what's my man's name? The Foundational Black News or something. I forgot my man's name. Begins with a C. Jesus Christ. Those type of people, you gotta you gotta prepare. That's why, if you ever notice, Myron has never recovered from that Tariq Nasheed barrel. He has never recovered. That's why, what's his name? Myron was losing followers. He was losing followers. That's why he has to go ultra white. Well, white supremacist. He has to go ultra white supremacist. He can't even be. This man can't even be honest. Like, that's how bad it is, because he couldn't recover from the Tariq Nasheed debate. Then he got exposed by what's my man's name? Marquette. Marquette exposed him. Marquette exposed him and said, like, yo, he's like, yo, I let you face Tariq Nasheed again. And you talking about you want a tag team like it's WWE, as Marquette said, the teacher, the scholar. Marquette told him, like, yo, he was scared because, that debate with Tariq Nasheed, he caught PTSD, man, debating people that are people don't understand. There's certain people that are just seasonal vets. Like, they're all around season. They're ready for anything. King, what's his name? Captain Tazariot's one of those seasonal vets that you gotta be ready for. Tariq is one of those people you gotta be ready for. It's just certain people like that you have to be ready. If you're not ready, just call it quits. Ron Bias is another one.
I gotta bypass what I just said.
American. No, I just said what you said, right? There's a difference between the two groups, right? So when I'm asking you is, how do you separate the group that you said was already here?
And I already told you
the groups of Africans.
But when I told you, you didn't like my answer. You didn't like the answer that I gave you because you're unfamiliar with certain things that I told you.
No, I didn't.
You told me that you were not familiar with the know-nothings.
I didn't like the answer.
1 second. You told me that you were not familiar with the know-nothings. So that means you have no idea of the Native American Party, which was the third largest political party during the time period of the Federalists and the Whigs. That's the time I'm talking about. That moniker, Native American, was utilized. Prior to that, there were no Native Americans.
Fatality.
Okay.
American Indians have always been here. I didn't say that you said it, but apparently you're re-asking the same question, and I'm telling you what the answer is, and I'm telling you that you didn't like my answer because you're re-asking the same question. I gave you an answer.
No,
all right, let me see. Rob Brown, you got any questions, brother?
My question is for Dan Calloway. So where are the black people who are writing in the 1700s and the 1800s with the narrative that we always been here and they are calling us Africans, and that we are not, and that
black people,
and that we are not from the diaspora of the slave trade? Where did we write that?
Black people didn't exist until the U.S. Census was started.
Okay, so you want to play word games? The people who wrote,
you said black.
Okay, the people who wrote for themselves, who look like me, and some may look like you, and Sarnetta, those people, the melanated people.
Sarnetta's Puerto Rican too, so yeah. But Sarnetta is Puerto Rican and he's native. He's a native black. I showed y'all that video where Sarnetta found out he was indigenous to America.
Those people, since you like that word, where are they writing that they are not people of African descent and that they did not come from the slave trade in the 17 and 1800s? Where's that at?
It's everywhere.
I'm talking to Dane. I'm talking to Dane. Let him pull it up with ease. Where are they at?
They everywhere.
Where did you understand the question, Dane? The question is, where are the people who are of African, who say they are of African descent, saying that they are being called something that they are not? They are originally Aboriginal, and that we are being called African. We did not come from the slave trade. Where are the black
There's no people
who are fighting for?
You can say your opinion if you want, Dane.
There's
Dane,
people out there right now that used to be claiming that they were African descent that went on ahead and said, you know what, I was taught a lie. I know better than that now. I actually found out what happened by conducting genealogy on my family. And they found out who their family were and disassociated themselves with Africa because they have nothing to do with it.
I can agree with you. For
plenty of people out there.
I can agree with you in 2023. That's not the question, brother. The question is the people of the 1700s.
Nobody considered themselves. Nobody considered themselves Africans in the 1600s.
I never said that, brother, and I didn't say that, and that is true. They did. I said I gave you a specific date. I said,
but I told the reason why I'm telling you that is because 1600s they considered themselves who they were, which was whatever tribe they were associated with, which still has nothing to do with Africa.
Right.
They didn't consider themselves Indians until the government came up with that terminology.
Right. So now when you get into the 1500s, you're dealing now with the people who brought the people of African descent to America, right? So we deal with 1501.
Allegedly.
No, not allegedly. 1492.
Yo, Dorsey, you crazy. Look at this man wrote. Bronze, you topple Marcus got me off my pedestal. Tariq Dashir is now on a mantle. Shout out to Dorsey.
On the boat with Columbus is a person named Juan.
Yeah, that's Top Cat. That's what I'm saying.
And the actual primary of who he is a person of African descent.
How do you know he's a person of African descent?
I'm not finished. I'm not done, bro. I'm not done. But this is the point. The point here is this.
So we skipping past that part, huh?
No, we're not skipping the past.
So how is he a person of African descent?
Listen, okay, we're going to go real slow for you because you're not understanding the question. The question is, where are the people, black people, native people?
Look, then he tried to go with a question after that.
Yo, you got to be quiet. Hold on, bro.
That nigga mad. He getting mad. Yeah, mad.
Let him get the question out.
Yo, bro, you gotta mute your mic, fam. Let me talk to this dude.
That nigga need help. That guy who's talking, he need help. That's why he's getting mad. Watch.
Right. Where are the people? Black people, native people.
Look, then he tried to go with a question after that.
Yo, hold on, bro.
Let me answer this.
Top Cat.
Let him get the question out. Let him get the question out, y'all.
Yeah, that nigga's hurting. He hurting.
Stop trying to jump in, bro. You can jump in after he answers the question.
That nigga mad.
Brother. Calm down, brother. You
don't got it. In the 1700s, when black people first formed their organizations, what do they name it? African Union Society.
When you say black people, who are you referring to, bro?
I'm talking to the people who wrote for themselves, who are melanated, who look like me and you.
Did they call themselves black?
Yes. Richard Allen in 1789.
They called themselves black?
Yes. He actually.
Is that documented?
Yes, it's called The Message to the Black People of Philadelphia.
Did they call? That's not what I said. I said that they called themselves black.
Yes, you heard my question. You heard what I said. Richard Allen and Absalom Jones wrote a decree called Message to the Black People of Philadelphia during the Yellow Fever because they was helping protect the people in that Pacific area. Who is the black people they talking to? Now
I'm asking, are these people black?
Yeah, yo, bro, I'm telling you who they.
You said it was a message to black people. Did they consider themselves black people?
Yes, because that's who they're talking to, bro.
Just so because that's who they talking to?
No.
So that's an assumption.
No, it's not an assumption. You're making up things. Again, we dealing with the written
Actually, you are.
Okay,
Yo.
Yo, man, bro, I'm not done.
Hey, can I share my screen?
Can I finish going, bro? So now,
Yo, this is why I don't think y'all know why I like Dan Calloway. Even though there's some shit that he says is like, yo, it's mind-boggling with some certain shit that he says, but his debates be so funny where the man's debates be so funny because yo, these people be getting mad. And be like, yo, what these motherfuckers getting mad for? They debating. Because yo, the dude's getting mad at Top Cat. Let me just let him play. Let me play.
Hey, hold on, Rob. Let Rob finish, and I'm gonna let you share your screen.
when we looking at the narrative of melanated people we're dealing with our origin here in this country. When we look at the first organization we built, I'm gonna say it again: African Union Society, made by Newport Gardner and Abraham Casey, who spoke their language. They then begin to detail why they're doing this. They're telling you that they were taken from the African continent. They're telling you what the purpose of this. These individuals are in contact with the free blacks from New York, free blacks from Philadelphia, free blacks from Boston, and they're all talking about how to liberate and free black people. The question is, how come every time we look in the records from the ending of the slave trade from 1808 to 1807, that was a holiday all through the Black Americas where we celebrated the end of this? From sermons going all down the line. How come not one black person said that we always been here and we are not of African descent? We originally the Aboriginal, Indian, or whatever name you want to name it. Where's that information?
Let him speak. Go ahead.
That terminology wasn't even being used back then, man. Nobody agreed to the. Hold up, let me finish. Hold up, brother. Calm down. You
gotta let him finish.
Let me finish.
Bro.
That terminology wasn't even being used until the 1950s. And the terminology that I'm talking about amongst the people, not just the U.S. Census, the people, they didn't agree to that term black until the 1950s, 1960s. Prior to that, it was derogatory. Nobody agreed with anybody stating the term black because that was a derogatory statement. That's just like you calling somebody a nigga.
Okay, so we have a mutual aid society called the Black Men of Color in the 1790s in North Carolina.
I just said that now nobody's going to agree with that. Not everybody agreed with that. Just like not everybody agreed with the Black Panthers because of the black part.
Bro, listen, I don't know what you're talking about. Again, what we're talking about, you're making claims saying that people didn't call themselves black. It wasn't popular until the 1950s. You didn't want to try to play games.
And I can prove it.
You did. No, you can't. You never can. And then you want to run around.
Don't tell me I never can. Yeah. You don't know what I have.
No, listen, Again, so here's the evidence, right?
Brother, calm down a little bit. Brother, have a general conversation with me. Calm down. You don't got to get all hype.
The ending of the slave trade from 1808, every black person in America is celebrating as a holiday. When we look at our first institutions being...
You calling them black. That don't mean that they black.
Like I said, they called the African. Now what?
Nah, they didn't come. Okay.
Prove it.
All right, so we got to pull up each and everybody's census records to see if they consider themselves black.
Fam, listen, I'm going to tell you this one time again because the people from...
This is hilarious. You getting too emotional too, bro.
The first organizations that people of African descent, you want to play games black, they called themselves something. It's called African. 1780, African Union Society. 1784, 1784.
So what you trying to tell me? I heard you. What you trying to tell me is that a society is considering everybody else black, but not the individuals, correct?
No, the individuals are.
The individuals consider themselves whatever that's on the U.S. Census because right now you cannot pull up a U.S. Census. Hold on. Right now you cannot pull up a U.S. Census record where it's going to reflect that these people called themselves Africans during that time period. In fact, the term, hold on. In fact, the term African was never utilized on any U.S. census.
Okay,
Stop playing.
Okay, so you want to go with what the white man says. I'm giving you what black.
Oh, and now I'm going with what the white man said?
Yes, that's what you're doing.
Oh,
Are
man.
you serious, son? That these the people you gonna bring?
Yo,
Son,
yo,
this can't be real.
yo, so that is embarrassed. Look at his face. Yo, look at my man's face right now. Yo, he's not happy. Yo, so that is not happy at all. So that is not happy. Because Sonata thought he's going to bring an all-star to, debunk Callaway. And I know how Callaway is. Callaway be Callaway be getting busy, man.
Listen, brother. Listen. Hold on.
Right.
So,
Look at his face. Yo, so that is not happy. Like, yo, what the fuck is going on? And watch, so that is gonna tell the truth. He's like, yo, y'all supposed to be hitting this motherfucker.
But I'm telling you what black people told themselves.
He said, now I'm gonna go off what the white man said.
That's what you doing.
This can't be real.
Yes, you're talking about a census. I'm talking about you.
A census is a government document indicating somebody's. Hold on, brother. Calm down, brother. Wow, calm down. A U.S. Census record is a document indicating of somebody's classification that the government asked them by way of enumerators coming to their house, asked them who they are, right? And that happened since 1790, correct? So if they did not say, hey, put down Africa or African as my classification, then that indicates that they are not Africans, correct? But let's be real. How is that the white man's information when they sent the enumerators out to the houses?
Because they're the ones who pick what the classifications are.
Sometimes, hold on, I agree with you on that. Sometimes certain classifications were picked by the enumerators. I agree with that.
Listen, this is a lot of dancing.
But there was no classification of race indicating that Africans were here at all. African, that term African was never used at all.
So what is 17?
Now you trying to cut me off.
What is that?
What about it, bro? It's nothing. It's the primary source is U.S. Census.
No,
right now, if you want to hold up, brother. Hold up, brother. Hold on. The primary source right now is the U.S. Census. You know why? Because the government had records indicating who was who and where they were. Now, if you're trying to state that some society that slapped the term African on it as more primary than the 1790 U.S. Census, then you got a problem.
Right. So now, when you look at that census, right, and we'll look at Frederick Douglass, we could even look at Martin.
I'm already telling you right now that I could prove that the U.S. Census never used Africa. Ever. Never used African.
Why are you scared to have the conversation? Listen, if I'm looking at...
That's not about being scared. I'm correcting you because right now you're wrong.
And I'm looking at Martin Delany. Martin Delany is on the census. He fought in the Civil War. His genealogy from himself, he tells you that his great grandma. I'm not done, bro. I'm not done, fam. His family is.
You're not ready, man.
No, you're not ready. All of these people that.
And Top Cat, this the guy you gonna be. This the guy right here.
Yo, Sonata, what is you running here, bro?
He ain't ready.
So like, yo, if we looking at all of these people, from every abolitionist, all of them are on that census. All of them. From Richard Al, we can find them on there. But when we look at their works, and we look at what they said for themselves, and we look at their origin story, they all say we are people of the African race. That's what the black people, the melanated people said for themselves. Don't play this census game. This is what the black people said for themselves.
But you can't debunk the census.
Bro, whatever.
You can't. It's a primary source. You can't debunk the census.
The melanated people is the primary source, and their writings debunk you because they're on the census, even though the census might not have African there and it has Negro there, they're calling themselves that. You ain't getting around that.
You assuming that they call themselves that.
No,
that's what it is. That's what it is.
We have their writings. So what
you riding off what a society's name is called, and you saying that the people. Hold up a second. And you saying that don't get disrespectful, cut me off, brother. I'm giving you a chance to get your stuff out and give me a chance to rebuttal. Right now, because you're not making any complete sense. You're not bringing any primary sources for what you're talking about. If you can't regurgitate any primary source that's older than the U.S. Census when it comes to identity, then you're falling short.
Good. 1787. Hold on.
You falling short, brother.
Hold on. Check it out. Wait a minute. Hold on. Reggie, because I'm outside, right? Remember what he just said, right?
Man, you just a punching bag, man. Come on. You a punching bag, man.
Can you pull up 1787 Free African Society preamble? It's right on.
Damn.
Yes. 1787 Free African.
Yo, Sarnetta had to block his thing because he's so embarrassed. This shit is crazy.
Society preamble. Remember what he said?
Yeah, but
he said you ain't seeing no. Let's stick to the people. I'm dealing with what the melanated people fed.
I want to deal with what they.
All you gotta do is calm down, brother, so we can have a conversation.
We are having a conversation.
Your voice is escalated by like 3 dBs right now. Bring it down a little bit, brother. Let's talk.
Yeah, 1787. Pull it up. Free African Society preamble. Lastly, Dane Calloway, last time we had our conversation, you said that West Africa was uninhabited. You said that West Africa, hold on, I'm gonna get you right now. You said that West Africa was uninhabited until the French brought people there. You said that there is no records of people there.
I also
14th,
put out
13th, 12th, 11th, 12th, 8th.
You said
there was no people in West Africa.
Okay, wait. I also put a book out on this topic. It's called It Was Told in Reverse. And I also put my primary sources in the bibliography in the back of that book if you actually want to check my sources for real. If you do any reading, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
There's other source in there that states that too. It's a book called White America.
What do you want me to show? What do you want me to show?
I can't see. Go to the PBS. Go to the PBS. The PBS Free African Society preamble. And you put it there. But anyway, so Dan Calloway, so you're sticking to your statement that West Africa was uninhabited until the French got there.
Well, that's what
you told me that there's no top cat. Pipe down, top cat.
I told you the time period. I told you when it was. I told you who stated that, and I also stated my sources. That's not me coming up with that. I'm reiterating the source.
Right. Now what that say right there, Reggie? So it says
you talking about a free African society that has nothing to do with what I'm referring to. You trying to make it collaborate with the same thing, and it's not the same thing.
I know, bro.
The Free African Society in West Africa or the Americas?
No, it wasn't in Africa. Why would it be in Africa?
Right, because I'm talking about West Africa. You talking about America.
Wait.
Two separate sources, right?
Wait. So now we're talking about.
Hold on. You brought up the fact that I said that the parts of West Africa was not populated, right? Yeah. At a certain time period. They had to buy, I'm talking about America, the government had to buy that land from the French, correct? You talking about
Louisiana, I think.
You said
this has nothing to do with the Free African Society at all.
Hold on. No, this was a conversation.
You trying to collaborate two things that have nothing to do with each other.
No, brother. I just switched the conversation. I asked Reggie to pull something up. And I said, you also said that West Africa was uninhabited.
Right, because you're trying to collaborate two separate statements with each other.
No,
your Free African Society has nothing to do with what I was talking about.
Well, can I just chime in? I would like to chime in.
This is my last thing, brother. This is my last thing. So look,
hold up, man.
This is my last thing. You said that West Africa was uninhabited until the French got there. You said that you have no written documents from the 14th, 13th, 12th, 11th, 10th, 9th, 8th.
Hold up, brother.
No black people.
Hold up. Do you have my book? Do you have my book?
Bro, we talking right now.
Hey, yo, one thing I'll say, Imperial, he be getting them debates. He be getting good debates. So that he be getting them good debates. But the thing about Sarnetta, I don't know why he be co-signing a lot of these folks out here to debate like Calloway, Captain Tazaria, and Captain Tazaria wins a lot of his debates. Captain Tazaria is dangerous. Yeah, he's one of them dangerous guys.
And this is what you said.
Hold up, because hold up.
Yeah.
Calm down. Where are you getting that from?
From you.
Where are you saying that I stated this?
From you. And I have the video.
Because look, okay, listen. The thing is that I have put out since maybe you talked to me. But since then, I put out every single one of my sources. Did you pull up any of my sources?
Bro, you never had a source. You never pulled.
Yo, hold, stop, stop, brother, stop.
Bro,
Do you see that
you
book
told
on the
me-
screen?
Bro,
Hold on,
listen.
hold
I
on,
don't
hold
see
on,
nothing
hold
on
on,
the screen.
hold
There's
on,
nothing
brother,
on the
hold
screen.
on, calm down, man.
Bro,
I mean, come on, I shouldn't be talking to a child. I should be talking to an adult.
Oh, shit.
Listen, stop, brother. The whole point is I did multiple things on that topic. I also put out my sources, and not one time have you brought up any of my sources.
Yo, bro,
You're just stating. Hold on. You're just stating some statements right now with your own assumptions sprinkled in as to the reason why you think I said certain things. I told you what I said, and then you still switching it again. What I told you again. Hold on. What I told you again was that the Americas did not own any lands in West Africa. They bought it from the French. That's what I told you. They had to buy those lands from the French because they did not own parts of it. I also told you who bought those lands. Now, meaning by purchase. I gave you the sources, and I also told you why the French stated when they got there it was not habited by a bunch of West Africans. I told you where it came from if we had a conversation, but now it's no excuse. It's inside of my book right now. It was told in reverse is the name of the book. If you want to combat my sources, go to the bibliography of my book and pull it up yourself. I'm just here.
Yo, he be cooking, man. Hey, yo, Imperio. I'm gonna show you something, all right? This is your boy. And your boy and Shabaka got mad about this. Look what your boy.
Hey,
I gotta show this. This is the third time I'm showing this. This is what Shabaka got mad at me today for, all right? I want you to watch.
gotta block Tether to TikTok. He gonna record your live and use it as
I can't see anyone. For some reason, the comments aren't moving for me.
K, you gotta block Tether to TikTok.
Family, let me know why they keep saying block me. If tethers are being honest, shouldn't the world hear them? FYI, Revenue's new username is Kwame.
We gotta be honest.
Don't start. Let me finish.
Hey, and Imperio. Watch what Kwame says. Who does he sound like?
Sold Africans into slavery. We gotta be honest.
Let me finish.
Ain't no justifying.
Hold on. Do your history before you chat to me.
Bro,
that's what history says,
though. We have letters of
even African people say they sold other Africans.
Begging to extend the slave trade. Let's be honest about it.
Do your history before you chat to me.
Yeah, I've heard Africans literally tell me, we sold y'all into slavery because y'all was criminals. I literally heard Africans say that to me. Now, your point about the slave trade, we have to be honest if we have any discussions. Africans were selling Africans into slavery. No white man swindle no African to sell their own people.
A lot of those kingdoms over there, the Dahomey, Oyo, Ashanti Empire, the slave trade was highly regulated by them. European merchants, they weren't allowed to kidnap local people. Do you know that? Let's be real. Some of those African kingdoms would not allow the Europeans to go kidnap folks. They were like, no. If you want them, you got to go through me. You got to pay me first. Don't go get them by your damn self.
Africans were selling their own people into slavery. We have letters and other things where Africans are telling the British Empire, you cannot end slavery. We are ready to go to WAR over it.
No. They're not going to sit here and act like, oh, they stole my brother. They stole my brother. No. We're not doing that. Oh, they were regulating the hell out of that.
Oh,
they would
my
not
God.
allow a lot of them Europeans to go in there and get people by themselves.
Let's not let Revenue land his point. Let's let Kwame land his point, okay?
This is what I don't like what Africans do. They want to put the blame on the Arab man, the European man. No, you set up treaties with these different European kingdoms to sell people into slavery for musket, gunpowder, rum, and other things. This is just a historical fact.
And listen, the dynamic was geopolitical
Yo,
commerce. It
this is
wasn't just
bad.
European bullying. A lot of them African rulers and them European powers, they had diplomatic treaties. I kept telling y'all, they kept signing treaties with the European powers over there in Africa. That's how they really got colonized the way they did. They kept making them little janky ass treaty deals. And the deals were janky and they just kind of fell through over the years. And then they ended up down bad anyway.
Looks like Revenue was getting free tutoring lessons from Tariq.
We gotta have honest discussion. Say, you know what? Yes, Africans did sell Africans into slavery for gun, for weaponry, rum, and other things because they didn't look at other tribes as their own people. That's just the reality on the ground. It's the sad truth, but we can't lie about. We can't have a 21st century interpretation of the slave trade. It happened. They wrote letters to kingdoms. And they justify why they wanted to sell people. You had African king chieftain that said this ordained English. Bro.
Let me tell you something.
Let me land my plane.
Oh my God.
Hey, y'all gotta block Tether to TikTok. He gonna record your live.
Yo, Imperial, you gotta get your boy, man. So I'm gonna land here. I'm gonna say this, everybody. This is why I always tell people all the time: Africa, you gotta be careful because a lot of this Pan-African movement, it's no good. It didn't work in America, so I know it definitely is not gonna work in Africa. If it's gonna work, I think a lot of these Pan-Africans should go to Africa and try to unite all of y'all together. No matter it's through culture, dance, just being cordial, just unite y'all. I think y'all will be in a perfect situation where you can own the continent. You could get a lot of these people off the continent. So yeah, I just wish the best for you because I'm not gonna help. But I wish the best for y'all and I hope everything will turn out good. I'm gonna start giving my shout outs. Let's see. So shout out to Dorsey, Ray, Be Active, Dorsey again, FBA Convo, Imperial, Black Snow Bunny King, E Will, shout out to you, E Will, and Miss Ramirez. Shout out to all of y'all. Thank y'all for coming on the show. I appreciate it. We had a great show. I actually like this show. I was kind of cautious on how the show was gonna be, but the show actually came out good, and I appreciate everybody for participating. Thank you, and I will see you tomorrow morning or afternoon. Take care.